हैं जब व्यक्तिगत जीवन में आप उन आदर्शों और मानकों का पालन करते हैं। आपने हमेशा इस बात पर बल दिया कि संसद में व्यवधान एक सीमा के बाद सदन की अवमानना के बराबर होता है। मैं आपके इन मानकों में लोकतंत्र की परिपक्वता को देखता हूं। पहले समझा जाता था कि अगर सदन में चर्चा के दौरान शोरगुल होने लगे तो कार्यवाही को स्थगित कर दिया जाता है, लेकिन आपने संवाद, संपर्क और समन्वय के जरिए न सिर्फ सदन को संचालित किया बल्कि उसे प्रोडक्टिव भी बनाया। सदन की कार्यवाही के दौरान जब सदस्यों के बीच कभी टकराव की परिस्थिति पैदा होती थी तो आपसे बार बार सुनने को मिलता था, लेट द गवर्नमेंट प्रपोज, लेट द ऑपोजिशन अपोज एंड लेट द हाउस डिस्पोज। इस सदन को दूसरे सदन से आए विधेयकों पर निश्चित रूप से सहमति या असहमति का अधिकार है। यह सदन उन्हें पास कर सकता है, रिजेक्ट कर सकता है या अमेंड कर सकता है, पर उन्हें रोकने की, बाधित करने की परिकल्पना हमारे लोकतंत्र में नहीं है। आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, हमारी तमाम सहमतियों और असहमतियों के बावजूद आज आपको विदाई देने के लिए सदन के सभी सदस्य एक साथ उपस्थित हैं। यही हमारे लोकतंत्र की खूबसूरती है। ये आपके लिए इस सदन के सम्मान का उदाहरण है। मैं आशा करता हूं कि आपके कार्य, आपके अनुभव आगे सभी सदस्यों को जरूर प्रेरणा देंगे। अपने विशिष्ट तरीके से आपने सदन चलाने के लिए ऐसे मानदंड स्थापित किए हैं जो आगे इस पद पर आसीन होने वालों को प्रेरित करते रहेंगे। जो लेगेसी आपने स्थापित की है, राज्यसभा उसका अनुसरण करेगी, देश के प्रति अपने जवाबदेही के अनुसार कार्य करेगी। इसी विश्वास के साथ आपको पूरे सदन की तरफ से, मेरी तरफ से अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और आपने देश के लिए जो कुछ भी किया है, इस सदन के लिए जो कुछ भी किया है, इसके लिए सबकी तरफ से ऋण स्वीकार करते हुए मैं आपका धन्यवाद करता हूं। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
धन्यवाद प्रधानमंत्री जी। श्री मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी, लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन।
माननीय सभापति जी, थोड़ा सा मुझे कोल्ड इफेक्ट होने की वजह से मेरी आवाज़ उतनी बुलंद नहीं है जितना प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने अपने सारी बातें आपके सामने रखी। और ये ऐसा भी होता है, जो पहला वक्ता बात करते हैं, ये बफे सिस्टम टाइप, जो पहले जाते हैं पंक्ति में उनको ज़्यादा खाना मिलता है, जो बाद में वहाँ पर जाएंगे थोड़ा फिर उधर इधर की बातें बोलते हैं। लेकिन मैं आपके सामने चंद बातें रखना चाहता हूं जो मैं खासकर आपसे एक 30-40 साल से अपनी पहचानत है। आप जनरल सेक्रेटरी इंचार्ज कर्नाटका थे, फिर बीजेपी के प्रेसिडेंट भी थे, फिर ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि आप 3 बार कर्नाटक से राज्यसभा मेंबर चुन के आए। तो सभापति जी, विचारों के इस सदन राज्यसभा के चेयरमैन के रूप में आपकी विदाई के मौके पर मैं चंद बातें रखना चाहता हूं। ये तो परमानेंट हाउस होने के कारण संसदीय लोकतंत्र में राज्यसभा की अलग हैसियत है। आज जबकि देश आजादी के 75वें साल पर उत्सव मना रहा है, इस हाउस पर भी देश के लोगों की निगाहें पड़ रही है। आपके लिए न ये हाउस नया रहा है, न ही हम लोग नए हैं। 19 सालों तक आप राज्यसभा में सांसद रहे। आपके साथ हमारे लगाव का एक दूसरा भी कारण है, जो मैंने पहले ही बताया कि 3 बार राज्यसभा के सदस्य आप चुने गए कर्नाटक से। आप छात्र जीवन से ही राजनीति में एक्टिव रहे। जय आंध्रा आंदोलन चलाने से लेकर अब तक अपने लंबे राजनीतिक जीवन में आपने कई भूमिकाएं निभाई। 1970
From Rajya Sabha, the Prime Minister spoke first, and now the Leader of Opposition Mallikarjun Kharge saying a few words in honor of the outgoing Vice President, the Chairperson of Rajya Sabha, Venkaiah Naidu. We're slipping into a quick break, but stay right here. There's more on the other side.
The biggest crime, Bishal Oprad, Atyant Bishal Oprad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, 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 washi, 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 clean.
So Mamata Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Partha Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, Mera ghar nahi hai, but with a Bengali accent, so they are not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the Chief Minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that this name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita.
She?
She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, He's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha. She looks like me. Unbelievable, unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay. My wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Orpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this is just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India. Or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He is the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamata Banerjee. And at this very moment, he looks very, 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 very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
One sec, so you are agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly. But that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is of course shameful. But that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Binami properties. Small crime.
Ekta operad. But that is also small crime. Chota operad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal operad, Atyant Bishal operad is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, washi, clean.
So, Mamata Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, Mera ghar nahi hai, but with a Bengali accent, so they are not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that his name was given to me when I was suffering.
A wrap of all the other news that we are tracking, starting with the medal haul at the Commonwealth Games. Sharat Kamal and Shrija Akula gave India its first ever Commonwealth Games mixed doubles gold medal. The duo defeated the giant killer Malaysian pair of Javin Chung and Karen Laine in Birmingham on Sunday night. Indian table tennis duo of Sharat Kamal and Satya Ganasekaran earned a silver medal for the nation. The duo defeated Liam Pitchford and Paul Drinkhall of England in front of their home crowd with 2-3 in the final. And India's star squash duo of Deepika Palekar and Saurav Ghoshal clinched a bronze medal on Sunday. This is the duo's second successive medal at the Commonwealth Games. The pair defeated Loban Dona and Pillai Cameron of Australia. Sagar Ehlawat won silver in his maiden international competition in men's 92kg boxing. He lost by unanimous decision to Delicious Ore of England in the final. India's women cricket managed to clinch silver medal in the Commonwealth Games after losing to Australia in the finals by 9 runs. Though the captain of the team, Harmanpreet Kaur, played a gutsy knockout, couldn't save India from a defeat. Indian shuttler Kidambi Srikant clinched the bronze medal in the men's singles final at the Commonwealth Games 2022 in Birmingham on Sunday. Srikant bagged medal after defeating Jia Heng Thye of Singapore. Indian boxer Nikhat Zari made India extremely proud at the CWG today by clinching gold medal for the country in the 51kg boxing event for women. Nikhat defeated Northern Ireland's Carly McNaught.
अब बॉक्सिंग है ही गेम ऐसा कि यहाँ पे या तो पिटना है या तो पीटना है, तो मेरा एक ही मोटिव था कि पीट के यहाँ जाऊँ, पिटने से अच्छा है, तो यही था कि मेरे लिए न्यू कैटेगरी भी था यहाँ पे, तो न्यू एक्सपीरियंस रहा है और पहला गेम्स है मेरे लिए, तो आई वाज वेरी एक्साइटेड और यहाँ पे अपना बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस देने का एक ही उम्मीद लेकर आई थी मैं और उसी हिसाब से मैंने परफॉर्मेंस दिया है, तो मैं बहुत खुश हूँ।
Anu Rani scripted history as well. She became the first Indian female javelin thrower to win a medal, a bronze in the Commonwealth Games. Rani sent the spear to a distance of 60 meters in her fourth attempt to finish third.
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। हमारे मतलब कंट्री के पहले ये था कि इंडिया वालों को इतना जानता नहीं था, लेकिन अब भी क्या है कि जैवलिन में तो इंडिया वालों को सब जानते हैं। मतलब ये अभी हम कम्पीट करने जाते हैं तो लोगों को भी थोड़ा ये लगता है कि हाँ इंडिया से भी कोई जैवलिन थ्रोअर आया है, तो हम बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं और हमारे लिए बहुत प्राउड की बात है कि हम अपने देश के लिए मतलब इतना अच्छा कुछ कर पा रहे हैं। बस सर हमारी तो मतलब यही कोशिश रहती है कि मतलब हम अपने देश के लिए कुछ अच्छा करें, कि हमारे देशवासियों को मतलब जो भी हमारे फैंस हैं, जो भी मतलब हमारे मेडल का वेट करते हैं, हम उनको प्राउड फील कराएं।
And in a record of sorts, India has won both gold and silver medals in men's triple jump. Eldor's Paul has won gold, whereas Abdullah Abubakar bagged silver at the Commonwealth Games 2022. Star Indian boxer Amit clinched gold medal for India in men's 51 kg boxing at the Commonwealth Games 2022. Amit thrashed England's Kieran McDonald.
काफ़ी खुश हूँ, जहाँ देश का सवाल आता है और देश का नाम रोशन करना हमारी वजह से, तो मैं उसके लिए हमेशा आगे रहूँगा और मैं काफ़ी खुश हूँ कि मेरी वजह से मेरे देश का नाम ऊपर पाया। मेनली हमारा जो सेमीफाइनल है उस पर काफ़ी डोमिनेशन था, इसका तो हमें स्ट्रेटजी पता थी क्योंकि पहले ही राउंड में हमारा 5-0 से आया था स्कोर, तो उसके हिसाब से हम काफ़ी रिलैक्स खेल रहे थे। लेकिन सेमीफाइनल जो बाउट थी उसमें हम पहले राउंड लूज़ कर रहे थे, उसके बाद हमें काफ़ी डोमिनेट करना पड़ा था। बहुत अच्छा लगा और शायद आपने देखा मेरे रोंगटे वहाँ खड़े हो रहे थे जैसे ही राष्ट्रगान बज रहा था, और ये मोमेंट मैं मेरे हिसाब से हर गेम में करना चाहूँगा अपने देश के लिए।
Boxers made India extremely proud yesterday. Neetu Gangas also won gold medal in women's 48 kg boxing. Neetu won against England's Demi Jade Restan. This is Neetu's maiden gold medal at the 2022 Birmingham CWG by a unanimous 5-0 scoreline.
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है मुझे ये गोल्ड मेडल जीतकर, और मेरा जो देश का तिरंगा वो सबसे ऊपर लहरा रहा है। मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है इस चीज़ की। अभी जो बॉक्सिंग में स्कोरिंग सिस्टम चल रहा है, तो मुझे लग रहा है वो मतलब फर्स्ट सेकंड राउंड डोमिनेट करना बहुत ही ज़रूरी है। मैं ये मेडल मेरी पूरी कंट्री को ही डेडिकेट करना चाहूँगी, और मेरी जो कोचेज़ हैं इतने सालों से मेहनत करवा रहे हैं, और मेरी फैमिली है, मैं सबको ही ये डेडिकेट करना चाहूँगी।
If you want to know more about how these medal winners really are celebrating, you can log on to news18.com. That's all that I have, but stay right here. Ridhima will be up next with more news and updates.
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha, she looks like me. Unbelievable, unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay. My wife is pretty, and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this is just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India, or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He is the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamata Banerjee, and at this very moment he looks very, 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 very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
One sec, so you are agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly, but that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is of course shameful, but that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Binami properties, small crime.
Ekta aparad, but that is also small crime, chota aparad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal Oprad, Atyant Bishal Oprad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, 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 washi, 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 clean.
So, Mamata Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, Mera ghar nahi hai, but with a Bengali accent, so they're not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that this name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita.
She?
She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha, she looks like me. Unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay. My wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this isn't... Just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India. Or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He is the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamata Banerjee. And at this very moment, he looks very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
1 sec, so you are agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly. But that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is of course shameful. But that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Binami properties. Small crime.
Ekta aparad. But that is also small crime. Chota aparad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal aparad, Atyant Bishal aparad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, washi, clean.
Well, good afternoon. It's 12 noon. You continue to be with us here at CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. Straight to the big political story that we're tracking this afternoon. Amidst indications of a political upheaval, speculations are rife that it's endgame for BJP-JDU alliance in Bihar. Top JDU sources are now telling CNN News 18 that Nitish Kumar is ready to part ways. Now, according to sources, the JDU chief and Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar dialed Congress Interim President Sonia Gandhi yesterday. Remember, this is the same day that the Niti Aayog meeting took place
in the national capital, which he had skipped. And now he is reportedly asked for some time to meet with Sonia Gandhi as well. In the backdrop, JDU has called a key meeting of all its MLAs, MLCs and MPs in Patna, which will take place at about 11 a.m. tomorrow. And the Bihar Congress has also asked all of its MLAs and even MLCs to remain present in Patna. Now, eyes are on what's going to take place in the next 24 to 48 hours in Bihar. So what really is playing out in Bihar? What are the math and the calculation that is currently on, and why are we really seeing this revolt as far as Nitish Kumar is concerned? Let's first break down all those details. Now, first is Nitish Kumar, and this is what we're picking up by the means of sources and others. He's convinced that BJP plus LJP was behind the JDU's poor show in 2020. This is when the JDU had got just about 43. The second big factor is upset that the BJP dominated the cabinet formulation because they put 2 deputy chief ministers, so they played the role as far as the big brother is concerned. The third big reason is sees RCP Singh as part of BJP's conspiracy to uproot JDU. Now, this will actually become very interesting. Will RCP Singh have enough flow? Can he actually sway people as far as JDU is concerned, or will Nitish Kumar actually have an iron hold to ensure that the flock is together? Point number 4. Nitish Kumar at this point also feels that he hasn't gotten enough support despite the double-engine government. And as we pointed out, there were many signs. He had skipped a lot of key meetings that had taken place, like the farewell of President Ramnath Kovind, even the welcoming of President Draupadi Murmu, and then that very crucial meeting as far as the Niti Aayog was concerned. Other big reason is believes that Bihar is being projected as a terror haven via multiple NIA raids that we are seeing. Before I bring in my colleagues, here's a political editor, Maresh Akil, decoding of what really is taking place in Bihar.
What was so far under the surface, the tension that was there between Nitish Kumar and the ally BJP, which was under the surface for the last few years, has now emerged on the surface. When did it happen? Yesterday, when there was a crucial Niti Aayog Governing Council meeting, which was happening in the national capital, being attended by chief ministers of all states except KCR, who had chosen not to attend, boycotted for a different reason. Another chief minister who was missing was an alliance partner of the BJP, a member of the NDA, Nitish Kumar. At the same time, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was addressing the Niti Aayog Governing Council meeting, was attending handloom event of Bihar government in Patna. What has happened is that in the last few weeks and months, tension has been there, palpable between BJP and Nitish Kumar. First was, of course, Nitish Kumar constantly feeling that he is not the big brother in this alliance of the BJP-JDU. Because of his numerical strength being down, he is party number 3 in Bihar Assembly, and BJP is the big brother. From the government formation in 2020, Nitish Kumar did not have an upper hand. The BJP got 2 berths as deputy chief ministers. Nitish Kumar clearly understood that there is some kind of a larger conspiracy. Remember, Chirag Paswan of LJP throughout the election campaign of 2020 kept saying that he is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Hanuman. Nitish felt that this Hanuman was actually responsible for bringing down his numbers because LJP had fielded candidates only on those seats which were being contested. Things became worse when the so-called double-engine Sarkar was not really given that support by the centre. That is what sources in the JDU are saying. What has happened in the last 1 week is that RCP Singh, who was the former JDU president, in fact, first he was not given an extension in the Rajya Sabha by Nitish Kumar, and then RCP Singh came out in public domain criticizing Nitish Kumar. The sense in Nitish camp is that was RCP being projected as some kind of Operation Lotus? Could he have been responsible in perhaps breaking the JDU? There is a conspiracy that is being sensed by Nitish Kumar's group, which is essentially the JDU. Another sense is that Nitish Kumar's governance model, which is law and order in Bihar, was challenged with all the NIA raids that happened in the name PFI links to terror. Nitish saw that as questioning his governance model, which he had been carefully crafting for all these years, and Bihar being projected as a terror safe haven. In the last few weeks, Nitish had skipped a number of meetings, which was called by the centre. Most recent was the swearing-in ceremony of the president, that is Draupadi Murmu.
एक मॉडल इस्तेमाल किया गया था 2020 के विधानसभा के चुनाव में, चिराग मॉडल, और दूसरा चिराग मॉडल तैयार किया जा रहा था। लेकिन कभी अगर होगा आगे तब बताएंगे कि षड्यंत्र कहां-कहां हुआ और कैसे-कैसे हुआ। लेकिन आज ऐसे लोग भी बोल रहे हैं, अरे भाई कोई भी आदमी षड्यंत्र क्यों करते हो नीतीश कुमार जी को छोटा करने के लिए? अब ये सब तो हमने कहा ना कि षड्यंत्र कब हुआ, कैसे हुआ, कहां-कहां हुआ, ये सब कुछ प्रमाण है। ये समय आने पर वह भी बताएंगे, थोड़ा अभी इंतजार करिए।
JDU has called all its MLAs, MPs for a meeting tomorrow, and we have come to know that Nitish Kumar has called up Sonia Gandhi.
That too at a time when the parliament is in session, parliament is running, and in between the session all the MPs have been called, so definitely I mean he's cooking something big, definitely something big is there in his mind. What is the Chirag model? That needs to be clarified, na? Bhaiya, all I know is that I am Ramvilas Paswan ji's model. I am working on a model that was created by him, that was Bihar first, Bihari first. So when he says that someone created Chirag model, so I want to know that who created Chirag model? Who's the brain behind that, who created Chirag model 1 and the same person is trying to create Chirag model 2. Having said, I think you should stop using my name to target Bharatiya Janata Party. You should come out and open and target Bharatiya Janata Party and say that they are the one, that the people of Bihar voted for me. Even Upendra Kushwaha ji was the part of Chirag model only, na? In 2020 Vidhan Sabha election, he was also contesting against Mukhyamantri Nitish Kumar ji. Though that is a different thing, that he couldn't even register his mark there, and he failed miserably in those elections. Having said that, I mean today Bharatiya Janata Party and Janata Dal United, they needs to clear out their own issues between them and stop using my name or using me as a model. Bhaiya, if you have any issue with the current Prime Minister of our country, Adaniya Narendra Modi ji, sort it out with him. But don't let the people of Bihar suffer because of that. They don't have an option than supporting it. Eventually, they're looking forward to an alliance with that party. So they have to support Mahagathbandhan's march that they did yesterday. But when they support this march, whom are they against? They are against Narendra Modi ji then. They are against the Bharatiya Janata Party's central government. They had so many issues on Jatiya Janganna, on Vishesh Raj Ka Darja, on Jansankhya Nirantan Kanun. One after the other, they had issues between the alliance. Is the reason why this outbreak is coming out, and is the reason why again there will be another outbreak if hypothetically, if an alternative government forms in Bihar, Mahagathbandhan government forms in Bihar. So very soon you'll see, and whatever that I have said right from the beginning, that eventually there will be midterm polls in Bihar.
A lot of quick and parallel developments taking place at a time when we're hearing that Nitish Kumar has now sought time to meet Sonia Gandhi. First, let me bring in my colleague Saurabh, who's in fact joining us live from Patna. Saurabh, is there any more details that you're picking up from the ground? What is the plan as far as Nitish Kumar today is concerned? And the reason that I'm asking you this is that, yes, while there are tremors as far as relationships with the BJP are concerned, but if he needs to break away from the BJP, does he have enough support to form an alliance to take on the BJP in the future? A lot of questions are also now harboring on the fact that will Lalu Prasad come on board?
See, Ridhima, today Janta Darbar is being held, but for the information of viewers, media is not allowed at all. Earlier, only 3 media houses were allowed in the Janta Darbar, but to skip the questions, as the nation wants to know how to, how this political development is going through in Bihar. But the CM Nitish, as usual, he wants to skip all these questions. So he has not called the media today in Janta Darbar. As far as the political developments are concerned, it's absolutely confirmed that JDU has called its MLAs, MPs and MLCs for a meeting tomorrow. Also, we are learning through our sources that RJD has also called its MLAs and MLCs for a meeting for Wednesday, though it is not officially confirmed, but we have come to know about this through our sources. Right now, if we talk about the Congress, I am at the residence of the Bihar State Congress President, Senior Leader Madan Mohan Jha. Sir, we have learned that Nitish Kumar has called up Sonia Gandhi. आप इस पे क्या कहना चाहेंगे? ये आपको किस तरह से दिख रहा है इस तरह का डेवलपमेंट?
हम लोग आप ही लोग के माध्यम से मुझे इस बात की जानकारी मिली है, जो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने हमारे नेता सोनिया गांधी से बातचीत की है, इसकी पुष्टि हमको अभी तक नहीं मिली है।
आप इसको कैसे देखते हैं? हमने अपने चैनल पे ब्रेक किया है कि ये बात सच है। अगर ऐसा हुआ है तो आप इसको किस तरह से देखते हैं बिहार की राजनीति में, कि क्या फिर से महागठबंधन की सरकार बनने वाली है?
देखिए, आप इस बात को कंफर्म करने और हम बातचीत तो चलते रहना चाहिए। मेरे हिसाब से कोई भी लाइक माइंडेड पार्टी के लोग हैं, सभी एक तरह से बीजेपी के सरकार से त्रस्त हैं, सरकार में रह के भी और बाहर रह के भी। तो मैं समझता हूँ जो आपस में संवादहीनता नहीं होनी चाहिए। पहले भी अगर नहीं हुई हो तो ये भी गलत है।
आपने बुलाया है एमएलएस को? सुनने में आया है कि आपने भी सारे एमएलएस और एमएलसीज को बुलाया है आज शाम तक।
हाँ, हमने आग्रह किया है अपने विधायकों से जो 6 बजे शाम तक पटना पहुंचने का कृपा करें। जो घटना चक्र एक बड़ी तेज़ी से बढ़ रहा है, आप लोग के माध्यम से भी देख रहे हैं, समाचार पत्रों में भी देख रहे हैं, और समाचार संकलन जो करते हैं विशेषज्ञ वो भी कह रहे हैं। तो
So multiple reactions there now coming in. We'll really have to see how this plays out. Let me also bring in our political editor Maria Shakil and our senior editor Pallavi Ghosh, who's also joining us. Maria, let me come to you first. Let's recap for our viewers. We are saying that it looks like this alliance is set to collapse, but recap for us what really have been the grievances as far as Nitish Kumar is concerned.
Yes, so Nitish Kumar, ever since this alliance was forged in 2017, he has had some issues. But I think what started really going downhill was 2020 assembly elections. Nitish Kumar, yes, became the face of this alliance. The BJP constantly said that he is the man who will be the face of JDU-BJP alliance, and that is the reason why Nitish Kumar's JDU, despite winning just 43 MLAs in Bihar Assembly, despite being the third party, the BJP had almost double the number of seats than Nitish Kumar. They agreed to be the junior partner in this alliance. Although numerically, the BJP certainly is the big brother in this alliance. So, and Nitish, sources have been telling us, was hoping that this double-engine pitch with which they won the elections would ensure greater funds for the state and other support, which did not come. I think what started becoming the real point of contention was that this entire crisis started playing out in full public view only yesterday. Nitish Kumar skipped the Niti Aayog meeting, which was chaired by the Prime Minister, the Governing Council meeting.
True.
Instead, at the same time, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was addressing the Niti Aayog Governing Council meeting, Nitish Kumar was present at a Handloom Day event organized by the government of Bihar. So the reason given by Nitish Kumar's team is not clear, because we kept on asking. We haven't got a clear response from the Chief Minister or his office. But one more point of contention was the moves by RCP Singh. RCP Singh was the former JDU president, and he was also the steel minister in Prime Minister Modi's cabinet. Nitish Kumar's JDU, what Lalan Singh, who's the JDU president, he said only yesterday that Nitish Kumar wanted to avoid another Chirag Paswan-like conspiracy, hinting clearly that there was a conspirator which led to his overall numerical strength going down in 2020. So right now, will Nitish be forming alliance, walking out of this alliance with the BJP and jumping ship and perhaps going back to Mahagठबंधन? There are a number of questions that will be asked. And also the question is that will RJD and Congress agree to do business again with him? Because there is a trust deficit which is visible and palpable.
So there are several unanswered questions. There are formulas that are being worked out, is what we are being told. But over the next 24 to 48 hours, what is imminent now is that this BJP-JDU alliance falling. What next for Nitish Kumar or what next for Bihar is something that we'll have to wait and see.
Maria, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Let me also now bring in Pallavi. Pallavi, sorry to keep you waiting. The update that we're getting for our viewers is that Nitish Kumar has sought time to meet Sonia Gandhi. One, do we have any clarity of when that meeting could take place?
No, Ridhima, no clarity on that as well. But the only thing I can add on to is the fact is that the Congress party is in a bit of a dilemma. Yes, they do have a trust deficit with Nitish Kumar, and they don't want egg on their face and reach a situation where they show enthusiasm trying to form a government over there should the BJP-JDU alliance split, and in the end it doesn't happen. But the second bigger challenge, which is actually uppermost in their minds and a huge concern, is that will there be a split as far as the MLAs are concerned? Are they going to be, they have always been vulnerable to poaching, and will the BJP, if it feels that the only way they can form government is to notch up the numbers further and therefore look at the Congress party as a viable option, then is there a possibility that the Congress MLAs turn their back to the JDU and to the Congress leadership as well? So when the leadership is being dispatched from here and a close monitoring is going on, I think that's going to be the priority. So as long as you gear the lure of the possibility of a formation of government with JDU, that we may get those lal battis, I think Sonia Gandhi and the top Congress leadership feels that that could be one factor which could keep a flock together.
Question also, we do know that one player who's going to be very crucial to this math and calculation is Lalu Prasad himself. Now, we do know that Sonia Gandhi and Lalu do share a great relationship. The big question is, what are the kind of conversations that are happening there to have the support first being confirmed that Lalu Prasad is on as far as this new alliance is concerned?
Yes, I mean, Lalu Prasad Yadav has been, according to Sonia Gandhi, an all-weather friend. I mean, bad times, good times, he actually has been more aggressive in his support of Sonia Gandhi than I would say sometimes even some of the Congress leaders have been. They have been in touch, and, you know, Rahul Gandhi also shares a pretty good equation with Tejasvi Yadav as well. But, you know, the RJD would also have its own concerns. I mean, being there, not being able to form the government over there, they also need to keep their cadre together, and you can keep the cadre together is also when you have an upper hand as far as any government formation which takes place. I think that's also something which has been discussed between the RJD and the Congress's top leadership, that are we going to allow Nitish Kumar, should we go in alliance with him, to actually remain the CM face? Why should he? After all, in the Bihar elections, he was just number 3, and you know, RJD certainly got more votes than him, and therefore he should be, they should stay claimed. So I think when it finally comes to, and we are of course talking in terms of speculation, Ridhima, but when we actually come down to the negotiating table, these are going to become important factors.
Pallavi, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Before I bring in my guests, let's also break down some numbers as to where the Bihar Assembly currently stands and what is the math that will go into the formulation as far as the next 24 to 48 hours are concerned. Let's first talk about the total number of seats, 243, which means the majority mark is 122. Let's begin with the BJP at 77, JDU at 45, RJD at 79, Congress 19, CPIML 12 and others at 11. This is where the big problem is, as Maria was also pointing out, that they had been tremors for a while. The big turning point was the result the JDU saw in 2020. And then, of course, in the recent weeks and months, we had seen multiple meetings being skipped by Nitish Kumar as well. Let me also now bring in our guest, political analyst Chandrachud Singh is joining us. We also have another political analyst, Ravi Srivastava. Good to have both of you on the broadcast with us. Chandrachud Singh, let me begin with you. Are you even surprised that there are now talks as far as the collapse of this alliance between BJP and JDU is concerned?
Thank you. I'm not at all surprised. And why should I be? You know, a student of politics that I am, I know that politics is art of possibles, and that government and power seeking brings strange bedfellows together and also makes similar ones go against each other. So I don't think that all this thing is surprising. Yes, as far as the developments are concerned, see, I mean, if you look to the ways of functioning of regional parties and the new developments with the rise of the BJP as a very strong hegemonic party, this is bound to happen because the regional parties will try to assert their autonomy, will try to always have more share in the regions from where they get their votes. And most of these regional parties being caste-based parties, I mean, they would definitely be a bit wary about the role that religion can play in overriding those caste biases or caste feelings. So there Bihar has started because he has to survive on that. Moreover, Bihar also has sizable number of constituencies where the Muslim votes are pretty much more than 35-40%, so to say. So therefore, the coming together itself was a kind of a strange thing. And given the kind of autonomy that Nitish Kumar always wants for himself and the free hand that he wants for himself, this was bound to happen.
Okay, this was bound to happen, you are saying. We'll really have to see how this plays out. What are going to be the calculations and discussions that take place? But I want to bring in Ravi Srivastava as well. Ravi, the update that we are understanding is that now Nitish Kumar has sought some time to meet Sonia Gandhi. We don't know when that meeting will take place. But I want to understand from you, what will it take for the Congress to come on board? Yes, it's an understood factor that the common enemy is the BJP, so you would want to get together. But despite seeing the kind of track record that Nitish Kumar has, there is a trust deficit there. So what will it take for the Congress to come on board?
The old flocks come together. I think Lalu Yadav and Sonia Gandhi, they have been quite close for quite some time in the politics. They are the old guards of the national politics. But here I would like to say 2-3 quick things.
Sure.
Number one, BJP is very bad as far as the coalition politics is concerned. It always looks for running down its weaker partner and try to finish him. This has happened in Maharashtra. This has happened in Jammu Kashmir. If you recall that Mahbooba Mufti, they had a government over there. You have got JDU here. The day one when this election was concluding, if you recall, the counting went off for nearly 72 hours and barely a 10 seats margin, BJP JDU formed the government. And Nitish Kumar was feeling marginalized from the day one. And his secular credentials were under serious threat. If you recall that Agniveer maximum demonstrations or what you call damage happened in Bihar only. The Jatiya Janaganana, the all those things, population control.
True.
Those were
so
not.
We said tremors were already there, but I just wanted to understand from you, what will it take for the Congress to come on board? But I'll just request our guests to stay on with us. As we said, tremors had already been there. And over the past few weeks, there were a lot of signs that indicated that this is to come. Let's break down those details of what has really led to this day where we're discussing a collapse as far as this alliance is concerned. It was a mayhem in the making. On the 17th of July, Nitish Kumar skipped the Chief Minister's meet. This was called by the Home Minister Amit Shah. But this was not the only crucial meeting. On the 22nd of July, Nitish Kumar skipped the dinner which was hosted for the ex-president Ramnath Kovind, and then very quickly he also missed the crucial swearing in of President Draupadi Murmu. Again, Nitish Kumar was not present. Then on the 31st of July, Nitish Kumar skipped BJP conclave hosted by Home Minister and BJP chief. As Maria was pointing out earlier, we still don't know what really led to the absence as far as Nitish Kumar was concerned for that very crucial Niti Aayog meeting that took place. On the 7th of August, Nitish Kumar skipped crucial Niti Aayog meet chaired by the Prime Minister. As I said, we still don't know what the official reason being given is, but on the same day, he was seen attending local events as well. So what is the message that was being said? But Ravi, quick answer from you. What will it take for the Congress to come on board?
Congress is not a big partner anyway. Congress has got some 19 seats only in Bihar. As far as Congress has to keep its flock together, probably they will be too happy to join this kind of a government. At least a couple of them or 3 of them will get a lal batti and they will be, the cadre will be, revived back. So the Congress will definitely look for this opportunity. RJD being a bigger partner, RJD being a stronger force, and Lalu Yadav and Sonia Gandhi's, Bohomi for quite some time. So I think they will come on board if anything happens of that sort. But for BJP, it's a losing game. BJP has been always trying to run down Nitish Kumar, whether the funds are concerned, whether the development is concerned. So they were always trying to marginalize Nitish Kumar. And Nitish Kumar is a very shrewd operator for that matter.
True.
He has always made switching the sides to make himself politically established as far as Bihar politics is concerned. He has done it for more than last 15 years. So I think this is how this is going to sink the boat there of this BJP JDU alliance in Bihar, and the new Mahagathbandhan were the part of this CPI and RJD and all these Congress parties are there. So they might form a government over there. That transition is likely.
Okay.
But then
so that we'll really have to see.
Benefit will go. Yeah.
Okay, that we'll really have to see who are these players that come together. This is all right now in the realm of speculation. But Chandrachud Singh, I want to go back to a crucial player, which is Lalu Prasad himself. Will Lalu Prasad want to trust Nitish Kumar once again after he burnt his hands way back in 2017?
Well, at the face of it, I don't think Lalu Prasad or Tejaswi will be at least pragmatic in doing so, because when the elections happen, the caste equations will again play down.
True.
And therefore, I don't think Lalu Prasad and I don't see RJD directly getting involved in at least the formation of the government, though they'll be happy to see the BJP losing out its on its equation, and particularly its position of power in Bihar. But I think the larger point is that the BJP also knows very well that today or tomorrow it will have to ride on its own strength. For long it has been riding a pillion. I think the BJP cadre must have decided, the leadership must have decided that it was also the time, and they are riding high on the gain Uttar Pradesh. So I think the BJP also knows it very well that perhaps it's the only way that it can control a state which is as politically conscious and as politically important as Bihar is. So I think the more than Nitish Kumar, who will somehow survive, but I think a decision that the BJP has taken to assert its autonomy and perhaps to prepare a future roadmap, particularly keeping 2019, the next Lok Sabha elections in 2024 into mind. So my understanding is that BJP would not mind Nitish Kumar going out, and the RJD will temporarily be happy. But given the fact that both of them are caste-based parties and feed back on each other's vote, I think the BJP senses a good opportunity to create its own path and to create solidly before the next Lok Sabha election approaches.
Okay, we'll really have to see how this plays out. Unfortunately, I will have to leave that conversation there. Would like to thank our guests. Let's listen in to some other political reactions as well.
सीमा होती है ना जी, आप हमको पूछ सकते थे कि नहीं पूछ सकते? एगो दो आदमी चिट्ठी भेज दिया, मार कर रहे हैं, कुछ तो पढ़ा करिए, और लागू सब पर होता है जी। तो मैं क्या ऐसे लोगों के साथ रहूँगा? और वैसे भी आप जरा देख लीजिए, ये तो बिल्कुल डूबता हुआ जहाज है। मैं तो अपने सब वर्करों से कहूँगा कि जहाँ काम होना है वहाँ चलो, अपने साथ रहो मजबूती से। क्या करोगे इन लोगों का झोला ढो करके? यहाँ तो जितने सब झोला, पहले जितना लोगों को देख लीजिए, चुनाव में खिलाफ काम किया, सब लोग महिमा मंडित हो रहे। जो चुनाव लड़ा, मुख्यमंत्री का उम्मीदवार बन के घूमा, वो सब महिमा मंडित हो रहा। और हमको बता रहा कूट संपत्ति, हमारा संपत्ति को मैं बता ही दिया हूँ, हमारा संपत्ति तो ये बता दे कहीं पर संपत्ति।
इन लोगों का अपना निर्णय है, उसमें हम लोग को क्या कहना है? अब क्यों नहीं शामिल होंगे? क्या चाहते थे वो लोग जो पूरा नहीं हो रहा है, जिसकी वजह से शामिल नहीं हो रहे हैं? इसके बारे में विस्तार से तो वही लोग बताएंगे। जानकारी ये मिल रही है कि शायद 2 बर्थ चाहते थे मंत्रिमंडल में, एक ही मिल रहा था, शायद इसके लिए नहीं हो, जो वजह हो, ये उन लोगों का अपना अंदरूनी मामला है। अब नीतीश कुमार का जो स्वभाव है, अब उसमें मन में बैठा हुआ, अब क्या कहा जाए?
देखिए, बात ये है फेरबदल हो कि नहीं हो, लेकिन हम लोग को पार्टी के आला कमान ने ये आदेश किया है, आज रात तक 8 बजे रात तक आपको पटना में रहना है। अब कल बैठक में क्या होती है मैं ये नहीं कह सकता हूँ, जरूर लगता है कुछ न कुछ भूचाल आएगा। नहीं, होने वाला नहीं, हम बोले कल बैठक में निर्णय लिया जाएगा, क्या होगा नहीं होगा।
We now cutting across to some visuals coming in, and this, I believe, is of a roadshow of the Home Minister, Amit Shah. We'll try and get more details of what really is happening, but we are staying with those visuals coming in, and I believe these visuals are now coming in from Cuttack, Odisha, where I pointed out the Home Minister is taking on a roadshow. Huge presence there of supporters of the BJP. I believe this is part of the Tiranga Yatra that we are also seeing. But we'll try and get more details. But as of now, the visuals that you see on your screens are coming in from Cuttack in Odisha. This is the Home Minister's convoy that you see taking out a roadshow. We also have other dignitaries like Dharmendra Pradhan as well. This is the Home Minister Amit Shah's Tiranga Yatra. All of this coming, of course, a few days before the Independence Day. But remember, the BJP also already has a campaign, which is the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, where the BJP and the centre is now asking people to hoist the national flag in their house between time period of 13th to 15th August to instill a sense of patriotism. My colleague and political editor, Maria Shakil, now back with us. Maria, give us more details of this roadshow that we're seeing in Odisha.
Yes, so Amit Shah, Union Home Minister, is in Bhubaneswar on a 2-day visit to Odisha. He will be, he is going to be in Cuttack. That's what the visuals are showing. He will be visiting Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's birthplace in Odia Bazaar and will be paying respect to the freedom fighter on the occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. In Cuttack, he is likely to attend a function to mark the 75th anniversary of Odia Daily, which is Prajatantra, which was founded by former Chief Minister, if you remember, Hare Krishna Mahatab. And there are series of programs. It becomes important because as far as Odisha is concerned, we did see BJP make significant inroads, particularly in 2019. The BJP has an eye on 2024, when Odisha Assembly will go to polls along with the Lok Sabha. And the BJP has appointed a new leader of opposition in the state, in Jai Narayan Mishra. And they are hoping that they will be able to better their performance than what they did last time around, which was fairly poor. They did better in the Lok Sabha elections then, though. The BJP opened its account with winning over 8 MPs, in fact, in 2019. The BJP sees Odisha as a possible catchment area. As far as Mr. Shah's visit to Odisha is concerned, he will be launching Odisha edition of Modi at 20, Dreams Meet Delivery. Remember, this is a book on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's completion of 20 years in office, from becoming the Chief Minister of Gujarat in 2001 till now, where he is the Prime Minister. So certainly, as far as this event is concerned, this is for the cadres, for the people of Cuttack, sending a message that the BJP is very much on ground. They're trying to gain a foothold in Odisha, and that they are trying to make inroads in Odisha. So certainly, as far as the images are concerned, this is about...
Okay. Maria, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We are now shifting our focus to some other updates coming in. Now, BJP Srikant Tyagi, who remember abused and assaulted a woman, is likely to surrender. He's currently on the run. This after bulldozers rolled into a Noida housing society where he stays and brought down illegal structures which had been built by him. So sources to CNN News 18 now telling us that it's very likely that we could have BJP Srikant Tyagi surrendering today. Let me bring in my colleague Nikhil Lakhwani, who in fact is joining us live on the broadcast from the Surajpur court in Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Nikhil, so right now we know that Srikant Tyagi is on the run. There were multiple reports suggesting that possibly he could be in Rishikesh. There were teams dispatched from here as well. But now what are sources telling you?
So, Ridhima, as you have mentioned, we are currently reporting from outside the Surajpur court, which falls in the Greater Noida area. And these are the visuals. You can clearly see that the security has been beefed up. These are the personals of Noida police. They have been deployed outside the Surajpur court. Now, the reports are coming that the Srikant Tyagi, who is currently on a run, who is currently absconding from the Noida city, from the Noida police, he is likely to surrender here. But these are as per the reports. But a while back, I had a word with senior police officials of the Noida police, they are saying that they are very much confident of his arrest. And Ridhima, as you have mentioned earlier as well, that different teams are formed and they are dispatched in different places, not just in Haridwar and Rishikesh, Tapovan as well. There are different places apart from these places where the teams have been dispatched from the Noida police. So they are very much confident that, in fact, the reports are suggesting that if he is not going to surrender, because the attempt which is being made by the Noida police is to not make him surrender, and before he even plans to surrender, or if he thinks about the same, before that move, Noida police is making sure that to arrest him, to nab him at the earliest. So the teams are formed, the raiding is already taking place. We have seen that the action which broke out this morning by the Noida authority, where the illegal encroachment carried out by him in the Grand Omex Society in sector 93B of the Noida city, that how the illegal encroachment drive took place from the Noida authority. But the letter was written by the officials, by the society personals in the year 2019. So the action is being, it's taking place, and the Noida police is currently very much active. In fact, we have been told that after the drama which unfolded last night in the Grand Omex Society, where some of the accused who were close to the main accused, they reached out to the residents of the victim women to actually threaten him, and the drama actually unfolded that night. So the six accused for yesterday night, they have been arrested by the Noida police. In fact, Noida Police Commissioner Alok Kumar, he is currently working round the clock. We have been told that he returned from the place of incident at 4 a.m. in the morning, and today as well he is very much active. So the teams of different places, they are formed, and the UP government also, the officials of the Noida police, the UP police personnel, they are also putting a close vigil over the situation. They are monitoring the situation because the orders have come directly from the city of Lucknow, from the capital of the Uttar Pradesh, and now we are expecting that if he is not going to surrender, he is likely to be arrested soon, which is being claimed because the Noida police officials are very much confident of the same. Back to you.
Okay, Nikhil, I'll request you to stay on with us. Let's bring in our colleague Yash, who in fact is joining us from the Grand Omax Society, Noida, where the bulldozers were in action earlier this morning. Yash, could you first talk to us about what really happened earlier in the morning? What was the kind of illegal construction that had been done by BJP Srikant Tyagi, and what followed afterward?
So first of all, Srikant Tyagi was claiming that he was a BJP leader, but the top brass has, the top leadership has denied that he has any sort of links with the Bharatiya Janata Party. And right now I'm standing at the very spot where all the action happened, where the part of the house which was constructed illegally was demolished by the authorities. Early in the morning, around 9 a.m., the authorities came first to inspect the area, to understand what all parts have been built illegally, and this action was taken after the society members and the society residents were continuously writing to the authorities, to the Noida authorities, about the illegal construction which this Srikant Tyagi has done. Srikant Tyagi has done in the society. You can see clearly in the visuals that the entire pavement, the roof, everything was demolished, was destroyed by the officials after repeated complaints which were filed. After that, so this is the front side of his house. There's also the back side of the house, which was also having some illegal construction, and that was also destroyed by the officials over here. The officials for now have left this area, have left the Grand Omax from sector 93, from where we are reporting. But soon after the demolition was done, there was a press conference also which was addressed by the residents of the society, specifically the women residents of the society, who said it's a battle won, but it's a half battle won, because Srikant Tyagi is still at large, he's still at run, and what they're demanding is that that guy should be arrested by the police as soon as possible, as he is a possible threat to the people of the society, as what happened last night over here was one example that Tyagi's arrest is very important right now.
Correct. And there is a lot of pressure that is mounting on the state officials to act as well. I'll request my colleagues to stay on with us. We're getting some other updates coming in as well. We're now understanding that Srikant Tyagi actually owns 15 shops in Baghel area of Noida. and those shops are also going to be bulldozed by the authority. Of course, the illegal part as far as those shops are concerned. My colleague Siddhant is getting us all those details. So after illegal construction, as far as his residence was concerned, his shops are also going to be under the scanner. What more details are you picking up, Siddhant?
Well, that's right. ACS Home Avnish Avasthi is personally monitoring this entire development, the developments that are taking place in this matter. And in fact, yesterday evening only, this entire plan was made by the senior officials of Uttar Pradesh government along with the public representatives that there will be a bulldozer action at his at Omax Grand building, the encroachment that he has made. And in fact, there was one pending complaint also of 2019 when residents complained to the Noida authority, and at that time no action was taken. And now we have been told that he owns 15 shops in Bhangel area of Noida. So in fact, there are several complaints regarding those shops as well. So there is a possibility of bulldozer action on those 15 shops. Some of the area has been illegally occupied. This is what the top sources in UP government have been telling me. So at around so we can expect this action either today or tomorrow. But these 15 shops, which is allegedly owned by gangster Srikant Tyagi, are also going to get bulldozed. Back to you.
Okay, Siddhant, I also but quickly want to understand that there is now a lot of pressure to first catch Srikant Tyagi. Many are dismissing all of this as optics. What has been the reaction of the party so far as who Srikant Tyagi is and what his relationship with the party is?
Well, the BJP has completely denied having any links with this fellow. In fact, the BJP senior spokesperson issued statements also. But one thing is for sure, that this person pretended to be a very powerful person in his society. Also, he did manage to get access with some senior leadership of Bharatiya Janata Party. That is something which BJP needs to check, that how did this fellow get access to a senior leadership of the party. Otherwise, he doesn't have any links with any senior leadership directly. Okay. He doesn't hold any position in Bharatiya Janata Party. And in fact, I've been speaking to the BJP leaders from Gautam Buddha Nagar. They have been telling me that they don't know this person. Okay. They are clearly not aware about his existence. So you know, but so one thing is for sure, he used to flaunt about his contacts. He used to flaunt about. Correct. He used to pretend that he's a senior leader of Bharatiya Janata Party, but the reality is not that.
Okay, Siddhant, I'll just request you to stay on with us. We're getting some other updates also now coming in. Now remember, Srikant Tyagi currently is absconding, is on the run. Now we are understanding as the hunt only escalates, Rupees 25,000 as a bounty amount has been announced by the Noida police on Srikant Tyagi. Remember, my colleague Nikhil was also pointing out earlier that it's very likely that we could see a surrender by Tyagi himself today. Nikhil is now back with us. Nikhil, talk to us about the update that you're picking up.
So Ridhima, this is the announcement which has come from the Noida Police Commissionerate. They have announced a prize, a reward of 25,000 on Srikant Sharma, who is currently on a run, who is currently absconding. So a bounty of rupees 25,000 has been announced for all those people who, you know, in fact help the Noida police or the other police who are involved in the same to catch Srikant Sharma. But you see, the point is, if we talk about the video which had gone viral a few days back, in that particular video, Srikant Sharma, who is said to be reportedly a BJP person, BJP member, he was wearing a mask. So it is likely to be very difficult for a person to actually identify him and help the Noida police to arrest him. But the efforts are being made. So this is the announcement which has been, now come out in the public domain by the Noida police. So clearly this is the announcement which is seen as a bid to arrest him at the earliest. 25,000 is the amount which has been announced by the Noida police. So the efforts are being made. We have told you, Ridhima, earlier as well, that different teams are formed, close to 8 teams are formed, which are, raiding, in fact, not just Haridwar, Tapovan, Rishikesh, but different places, different districts as well. There are some of the reports that yesterday he was seen, his last location was somewhere tracked in the city of Rishikesh, but not just in Rishikesh or the nearby areas, there are different places as well, because I am continuously in touch with the senior police officials of the Noida Police Commissionerate. They are saying that they are going to make sure that before he even thinks to surrender, even plans to surrender, or even if he tries to reach court, before that attempt, the Noida police is going to make sure that they arrest him at the earliest. And now, in a bid to do the same, 25,000 has been arrested. But on the safer side, the security has been deployed outside the Surajpur court. These are the visuals we are again going to show you, Ridhima, for all those viewers who are now joining us on CNN News 18. These are the visuals of the Noida police personnel who have been deployed here since morning. This is outside the Surajpur Session Court, where the reports are coming that he is likely to surrender. But again, we are reiterating that before he surrenders, the attempt from the Noida police is that he should be arrested at the earliest. The directions have been given clearly from the Lucknow city, Uttar Pradesh administration as well, because what we call it in Hindi, naak mein dam kar dena. This is what Srikant Sharma has done, not just to the local administration,
So there is now a
but
bounty
to the police
that has been announced by the Noida police as the hunt for Srikant Tyagi continues. Some other updates also coming in. The Congress is building pressure. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has now tweeted pictures of Srikant Tyagi with several BJP leaders asking who really is protecting Srikant Tyagi. Remember, as I pointed out, he is currently on run. He's absconding. The last location, as we're picking up by the means of sources, was possibly Rishikesh. Certain teams have now been dispatched from Noida. There is a bounty amount that has been announced by the Noida police as well, rupees 25,000. What we're also picking up by the means of sources is that it's likely that Srikant Tyagi could surrender as well. But the Congress now mounting pressure, asking very serious questions from the BJP, tweeting pictures of Srikant Tyagi seen with various BJP leaders and some from the top brass as well. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra now asking that this is a man who's abused a woman. He's absconding currently. So who really is protecting Srikant Tyagi? All of this in the backdrop of what Srikant Tyagi did with a woman, the housing society in Noida. He hurled abuses at that woman. Post that, there was a lot of criticism against the BJP, but BJP at this point have completely distanced themselves from any association of Srikant Tyagi. My colleague and senior editor Pallavi Ghosh now back with us. Pallavi, talk to us about the questions that are being raised by the Congress at this point.
And if you look at Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's tweet, she's actually put out pictures of Srikant Tyagi with multiple BJP leaders trying to make the point that how can the BJP distance itself from Tyagi when he's very much been hobnobbing with the top BJP leadership. While fighting for the issue of the residents of that society in Noida, what she's also doing and what the Congress party is also doing is to puncture holes into a claim by the Yogi government that law and order is very much under control, and thereby making that allegation against the BJP that these are those goons who are actually nurtured by the BJP top leadership, and therefore the BJP must also be held accountable. But more than that, it's been almost 4 to 5 days. But why has this person who threatened a woman and also used abusive language against her has not yet been caught? And why is it that the BJP seems to be shielding? All those allegations, of course, have been outrightly rejected by the BJP.
Pallavi, thanks for getting us that quick update. I want to continue the conversation now with my colleagues Yash as well as Nikhil. Yash, coming to you first because you've been reporting from that society in Noida, which is Grand Omax. You were talking to us how that illegal build-up around his residence was bulldozed. But I also believe that this is an issue that dates back to 2019 when multiple letters were written by the society. No action was taken. Do we have any more details of how many times residents of the society had actually raised issues as far as the illegal construction was concerned?
So Ridhima, what we got to know that after talking to the residents, and we have also accessed a letter which was written by the by the people of this society. They say that that letter was particularly written in 2019 when they first complained about this illegal encroachment to the authorities. But after that, no action was taken by them. Then again, one letter was written by the residents of this place to the authorities. But what they claim is that no action again was taken. But when we were talking to the officials who were here at the ground, they told us that this illegal encroachment, which has now been taken down, was also back one year back was also taken down, but the residents have a different version to say. They say that the officials, this is the very first time when this encroachment has been removed, and what they were very blatantly saying, and they were very aggressively, they were actually very aggressive also. They were saying that the authorities are blatantly lying about removing this encroachment 1 year back. Authorities said that this was removed, but Srikant Tyagi once again had built this entire roof, this pavement and the roof which is also below his residence, below his house.
Okay.
But the residents continue to maintain that this is the very first time the action has been taken, and none of the action was taken before this time, and the action has only been taken because the video went viral on social media.
True.
And the media is taking up this issue quite seriously, and only after that the authorities have swung into action. And what they have also said that they thanked the Yogi government, saying that at last the action has been taken and the justice has been delivered to them in the name that this encroachment has been removed. But
Okay.
what they still believe is that the main threat to them is still the absconding Srikant Tyagi.
So Yash, taking on from what you were saying, that the main threat still is the man at the heart of this controversy who's currently still absconding. Yesterday, late night, we did see some fair share of drama where we're understanding certain alleged goons of Srikant Tyagi tried to enter the society. Could you walk us through what really played out last night?
So Ridhima, what happened is some of the people who were claiming that they want to visit someone in the society, they entered, and they were in quite a number. They entered in the society, and then they started asking about the woman who had an altercation with Srikant Tyagi. They tried to create ruckus over here. They tried to threaten the residents of the society to know where that lady lives, just so that they can threaten her that why you are taking up this issue. You have Srikant Tyagi hasn't done anything wrong, and that's the reason this matter escalated so heavily this morning. The matter escalated this morning.
Okay.
And just after those goons entered the premises, the police was actually, one PCR of the UP police was actually stationed outside the society, and the moment the complaint was made to the police, they rushed to the spot and they detained some of the goons who were actually threatening and creating ruckus over here. Residents were also very much in anger last night when this entire episode unfolded.
So residents still have a lot of anger. Their big demand is that first nab the main man who's at the heart of this controversy. Unfortunately, I will have to leave the conversation there. I'd like to thank my colleagues for getting us all those updates. We're shifting our focus to some other updates coming in. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has now mocked the centre's Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, called it a drama by the BJP. So Siddaramaiah now sparking a storm. He's mocking the centre's Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Remember, this is a campaign by the BJP where they're asking people to have the national flag hoisted in their residences the time period of 13th to 15th August. This as India completes 75 years of independence and also in the backdrop of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav.
ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದ ತ್ರಿವರ್ಣ ಧ್ವಜವನ್ನ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಯಾರು ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್? RSSನವರು ಆರಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಿಂದೂ ಮಹಾಸಭಾದವರು. ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ? ಗೋಲ್ವಾಲ್ಕರ್ ಯಾರು ಗೊತ್ತಾ? RSSನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು. ಅವರು ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಆರ್ಗನೈಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಪತ್ರಿಕೆ ಇದೆ, ಗೊತ್ತಾ ನಿಮಗೆ? BJPಯ ಮುಖವಾಣಿ. ಅವರು ಅದು ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡಿ ಬರೆದಿದ್ರು. ಈಗ ಅವರು ಎಂಥದ್ದು ಹರ್ ಘರ್ ತಿರಂಗ ಈಗ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದಾರಲ್ಲ ಅದು ನಾಟಕ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಅವ್ರ ಲೀಡರ್ಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಈಗ ನಾವು ಹರ್ ಘರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ನಾಟಕ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
So there you heard from the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, mocking the campaign by the centre, which is the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Essentially what Siddaramaiah was saying, that this is all a drama and optics by the party, by the BJP. According to him, the BJP doesn't feel proud of the constitution or the national anthem and even the national flag, and thus he feels this is just optics. Once again, raising the issue that how come the RSS didn't hoist the national flag for the longest time, then how does the BJP justify the campaign today? My colleague Ritu is now joining us with more details. Ritu, first give us a backdrop of where these comments were made by Siddaramaiah.
Yes, exactly. So this is the comment that has been made from the former CM Siddaramaiah, who is also an opposition leader, made this comment in the Mysuru, where he in fact calls the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign that has been initiated from the BJP party as in the drama. So he says that there is no contribution from the BJP leaders. In fact, if you see back in the history as well, no leaders in fact fought for the freedom of the nation. Now this is all a drama that the BJP party is doing in the nation. So that's what the former CM Siddaramaiah has to say on this, calling this complete a campaign as in the drama. But meanwhile, on the other side, you see the Congress party also taking this opportunity for their political show and for their political gain for the upcoming assembly election, have also called for a freedom march across Karnataka, where the Congress workers will be initiating this on the August 15th. Now, so that is something when the Congress party is planning in the state. On the other side, they are calling this as in the drama for what the BJP party is doing. Now, of course, the BJP party, who has got the the word from the high command of had made a target of in fact almost 75,000 houses hoisting the tricolor flag on the houses. So that's something the BJP party has a target, but meanwhile you see the opposition party Congress calling this complete campaign a drama.
So as the Congress is calling this just optics and drama, has the BJP reacted so far?
Yes, so there has come a strong reaction as well from the BJP party, who's clearly stating this out to the opposition leader Siddaramaiah, saying that the Congress leaders have no moral right to question on this. It's the party who are taking this up on the Independence Day, and in fact the Independence Day should not be seen for a political gain from the opposition. In leader is what the BJP party has to say, but in fact BJP party is also clearly making this out to the Congress, saying that when the Congress party is finding Independence Day for their political gain, why are they commenting on the BJP's initiative?
But the larger question here is, Ritu, that you can have political differences as far as the opposition and the ruling party is concerned. Why politicize something like the national flag, the national anthem, or even the Independence Day celebrations?
Yes, so that's the bigger question that is being raised over here now, right after the former CM Siddaramaiah making this big statement and in fact questioning the BJP leaders and the RSS leaders, saying that they have...
Okay, we are now cutting across to some visuals that are coming in from Chandigarh, where we're understanding Youth Congress workers are once again taken to the streets and they're protesting against issues that they protested against last week as well. This is price rise, inflation, GST, unemployment and others. We had seen something very similar last Friday as well, when you had seen the Youth Congress workers took to the streets protesting against the centre, saying the priority of the centre today is misplaced. Last time around also we had seen this becoming a law and order situation where water cannons at one point had to be used. Today also there is a lot of deployment on the ground. You can see some sort of altercation between the police officials and those workers who are now trying to breach the barricades that have been put by officials on the ground. Now what the Congress has been saying, that they are raising the issues as far as the citizens are concerned.
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਗਰਿਕ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਲੂਕ ਕਰਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ 150 ਜਣਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ 100-150 ਪੁਲਿਸ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਪੀਸਫੁਲ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਣੀ ਡਿਮਾਂਡ ਰੱਖਣ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਪਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖੋ ਕੀ ਸਲੂਕਾ ਕਰਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਪਾਣੀ ਘੇਰਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਲਾਠੀ ਚਾਰਜ ਕਰਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਗਰਿਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਹਿੰਗਾਈ ਜੋ ਵੱਧਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦਾ ਮੁੱਦਾ ਉਠਾਇਆ ਸੀ ਮਹਿੰਗਾਈ ਪੂਰੇ ਦੇਸ਼ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡਾ ਮੁੱਦਾ ਬਣਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਸਾਡਾ एक ही डिमांड है कि महंगाई घटाई जाए, पर ये देखो असं महंगाई की आवाज़ उठाई तो साडे नाल की हो रहा है।
So multiple reactions there now coming in where the protesters feel that their voice is being curtailed. My colleague Pankaj Kapai is now joining us with more details. Pankaj, पहले बताइए प्रोटेस्ट किन-किन जगहों में हो रहा है चंडीगढ़ में?
देखिए, ये किरण खेर जो मेंबर पार्लियामेंट हैं, उनके घर की तरफ घेराव करने के लिए यूथ कांग्रेस के जो लीडर हैं वो जा रहे थे। उस समय इनको रोका गया, बैरिकेडिंग की हुई थी और महंगाई के मुद्दे को लेकर जो है विरोध प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। पिछले दिनों में भी नजर आया था, 2 दिन पहले पंजाब कांग्रेस की तरफ से प्रदर्शन किया गया था महंगाई को लेकर। लगातार कांग्रेस के ये तर्क है कि बिजली हो या फिर गैस सिलेंडर हो या पेट्रोल डीजल हो, उनकी कीमतें लगातार बढ़ रही हैं। जो दालें हैं, सब्जियां हैं, उनकी कीमतें बढ़ रही हैं और केंद्र सरकार जो है वो लगातार महंगाई बढ़ा रही है। इसलिए प्रदर्शन जो है वो किया जा रहा था। जब ये प्रदर्शनकारी नहीं रुके तो उस समय जो चंडीगढ़ प्रशासन की तरफ से जो बसेस लगाई गई थी पानी की बौछारें के लिए, वो पानी की बौछारें जो है इनके ऊपर की गई हैं। जी
Pankaj, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. This, of course, is a story that we'll keep tracking very, very closely. With that, it's a wrap from my side. I'm tossing it over to my colleague Shivani, who takes the news forward. Hi, Shivani.
Thanks a lot for that, Ridhima. Let's move to the top story that we're tracking right now, and that is, of course, the big buzz that is coming in from the politics of Bihar. Speculations are rife that the end of BJP-JDU alliance in Bihar is near. Top JDU sources tell CNN News 18 that Nitish Kumar is ready to part ways. According to sources, JDU chief and Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar dialed Congress interim President Sonia Gandhi yesterday. This is the same day that the Niti Aayog meeting took place in Delhi, which he had skipped. And now he has reportedly asked for time to meet Sonia Gandhi. In this backdrop, JDU has called a key meeting of all of its MLAs, MLCs and MPs in Patna at 11 a.m. tomorrow. And Bihar Congress has also asked all of its MLAs and MLCs to remain present in Patna itself. Eyes are on what's going to take place in the next 24 to 48 hours in the state. So exactly why is Nitish Kumar miffed with the BJP after running what could be termed as a successful term? Top JDU sources say that Bihar being projected as a terror haven by central government is one of the key reasons. But what we're also learning is that it was actually not Nitish Kumar's wish for the JDU to join the central government in 2019 to begin with. Maria Shakil, political editor, is also joining us with more on this. Maria, these are interesting details that you're picking up. All right, Maria will be with us in just a bit, but some more background to what is exactly taking place. Now, of course, this can go both ways. It can work for Nitish Kumar. It can also not work for him because of the past, switches that he has made as well. Now, once again, ahead of elections, Nitish Kumar is reportedly not happy with its current ally and is looking to move. Bihar being projected as a quote-unquote terror haven by the central government is one of the main reasons. We'll, of course, break that down for you. Exactly what are those examples of the central government doing something like this that has irked or miffed Nitish Kumar? As we continue to track this story, just listen to a few political reactions we're getting and then we'll break this down further for you.
सीमा होती है ना जी, आप हमको पूछ सकते थे कि नहीं पूछ सकते? देखो, 2 आदमी चिट्ठी भेज दिया, मार कर रहे हैं, कुछ तो पढ़ा करिए, और लागू सब पर होता है जी। तो मैं क्या ऐसे लोगों के साथ रहूंगा? और वैसे भी आप जरा देख लीजिए, ये तो बिल्कुल डूबता हुआ जहाज है। मैं तो अपने सब वर्करों से कहूंगा कि जहां काम होना है वहां चलो, अपने साथ रहो मजबूती से। क्या करोगे इन लोगों का झोला ढो करके? यहाँ तो जितने सब झोला, पहले जितना लोगों को देख लीजिए, चुनाव में खिलाफ काम किया, सब लोग महिमा मंडित हो रहे। जो चुनाव लड़ा, मुख्यमंत्री का उम्मीदवार बन के घूमा, वो सब महिमा मंडित हो रहा। और हमको बता रहा कूट संपत्ति, हमारा संपत्ति को मैं बता ही दिया हूँ, हमारा संपत्ति तो ये बता दे कहीं पर संपत्ति।
इन लोगों का अपना निर्णय है, उसमें हम लोग को क्या कहना है? अब क्यों नहीं शामिल होंगे? क्या चाहते थे वो लोग जो पूरा नहीं हो रहा है, जिसकी वजह से शामिल नहीं हो रहे हैं? इसके बारे में विस्तार से तो वही लोग बताएंगे। जानकारी ये मिल रही है कि शायद 2 बर्थ चाहते थे मंत्रिमंडल में, एक ही मिल रहा था, शायद इसके लिए नहीं हूँ। जो वजह हो, ये उन लोगों का अपना अंदरूनी मामला है। नीतीश कुमार के का जो स्वभाव है, अब उसमें मन में बैठा हुआ, अब क्या कहा जाए।
देखिए बात यह है फेरबदल हो कि नहीं हो, लेकिन हम लोग को पार्टी के आला कमान ने ये आदेश किया है आज रात तक 8 बजे रात तक आपको पटना में रहना है। अब कल बैठक में क्या होती है मैं ये नहीं कह सकता हूँ, जरूर लगता है कुछ न कुछ भूचाल आएगा। नहीं होने वाला नहीं, हम बोले कल बैठक में निर्णय लिया जाएगा क्या होगा नहीं होगा। आरसीपी सिंह नहीं लीडर थे, नहीं लीडर रहेंगे, भविष्य में लेता है ये नहीं है, वो तो आईएएस थे ना। ये आरसीपी सिंह बरबुलिया कहलाते हैं, किसी काम के नहीं है, उससे कोई असर पड़ने वाला मेरे पार्टी में नहीं है। बीजेपी बढ़ावा दे नहीं दे वो बढ़ने वाला है ये नहीं है। किस जाति को लेके वो बढ़ेगा? जितने अति पिछड़ा के लोग हैं सारे नीतीश कुमार के साथ हैं। इतना अर्जेंट बुलाना फिर बैठक रखना, कुछ हो सकता है।
Let's also go across to senior editor Pallavi Ghosh, who's joining us. Pallavi, what we're learning is that, you know, the cracks that may have been papered over for a couple of years are now coming out in the open. For example, sources are telling us that, you know, Nitish Kumar never wanted to be part of the central government in 2019. It was a unilateral call, if that is believable, by RCP Singh. And then that they're also unhappy that Bihar is being projected as some sort of a terror haven. Are there any examples that come to mind of this, where the central government has done that could have irked Nitish Kumar?
But if you remember recently, there's an entire terror module which was busted by the NIA, and that was in the context of the threats moving up to Bihar. That's exactly what I think that JDU and Nitish Kumar is trying to refer to. Let's not forget that Bihari Asmita, the Bihari pride, that was an electoral calling card as far as the last state elections were concerned. You know, I remember Nitish Kumar during the campaign would often say that while we contribute maximum to other states in terms of their development, our workers and laborers go from here, they take pot shots at Bihar, and therefore this is the time for you to stand up. I think that's going to be the kind of justification and the defense which is being mustered by Nitish Kumar to make the point that my fight is not for Satta, my fight is for the pride of Bihar, and therefore he's going to try and counter the BJP on that. You know, it was definitely a much weaker Nitish Kumar this time round after the electoral results. From a man who had got a huge mandate, certainly he has slipped down, coming number 3. And that's always been a sore point, that he was vulnerable. And there was, I remember at that point of time, there was a lot of speculation on whether he's indeed going to be the CM face, but the BJP made it very clear he is going to be the CM. So I think his political future was always hanging in a level of uncertainty. What are his compulsions? Why is it that he's now swinging it for it when elections are still there for another 3 years away? That is always going to be a matter of conjecture. But I think he's banking on the RJD plus the Congress party and smaller political parties to, you know, kind of shore up his fortune.
All right, Pallavi, we'll keep coming back to you for more. Let's just break down a few reasons for why Nitish Kumar is now, you know, looking to break ties off with the BJP. Now, he's convinced, as we were just talking about, that the BJP plus LJP is behind JDU's poor show in 2020. And it could well be a matter of political survival, of keeping your party ahead of others. He's upset that the BJP dominated cabinet formation, that they put 2 deputy chief ministers. He also sees RCP Singh, that I referred to earlier, a former union minister and part of the JDU earlier, as part of BJP's conspiracy to, quote, uproot the JDU in the state. He also feels he hasn't got enough support, despite this one also being a double-engine sarkar. But, you know, that double-engine growth is not really talked about in Bihar that much, as is in other BJP-led states. Believes that Bihar is being projected as a terror haven via NIA raids, and that could not work for him and upset his political, his political calculations as well. Let's move ahead. Some breaking updates coming in. Upendra Kushwaha has spoken, and he's saying that nothing comes out of Niti Aayog meeting, only discussions are held, and it is not necessary to attend every meeting called by the centre. All is well as far as the allies are concerned. These are all rumours. So this is one such first, rejection of such speculation that is coming to light. Let's listen, and also we are getting some political reactions.
I'm joined by JDU Parliamentary Board Chairman Upendra Kushwaha.
चलिए ना पार्टी ऑफिस चलिए, बस 2 मिनट में पहुंच जाएगा, वहाँ बात करेंगे। आइए ना 2 मिनट पार्टी ऑफिस, इतना जो हलचल चल रही है पार्टी ऑफिस आइए ना 2 मिनट, आइए ना, आ जाइए, वहीं सीधे चल रहे हैं, सीधे वहीं चल, फोन आ रहा है।
2 मिनट लगेगा, 1 मिनट लगेगा, 1 मिनट लगेगा, यहीं पे बताइए, 1 मिनट लगेगा, बाइट पे ही कर। हाँ, एक साथ कुछ
जो भी सब चल रहा है बिहार में, कैसे देखते हैं?
नहीं, क्या चल रहा है बिहार में, हमको तो नहीं लग रहा है कि कुछ इस तरह का चल रहा है जो जिस पर बहुत चर्चा करने की जरूरत है। सब चीज़ तो नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में बहुत ठीक ठाक ढंग से चल रहा है।
सोनिया गांधी को कॉल गया है सर नीतीश कुमार का, ये कंफर्म हुआ है?
अब इसकी जानकारी हमको नहीं है, इस पर हम क्या
चिराग मॉडल के बाद चिराग ने बोला है कि विकास मॉडल है हमारा, और जो जदयू है उनका मॉडल के वजह से करप्शन, क्राइम ये सब बढ़ गया है बिहार में।
अब वो बोल रहे हैं, उससे हमको क्या लेना देना है, वो बोलते रहे, हम लोग अपना काम करते हैं।
2-3 दिन में सर सरकार में कुछ मेजर चेंजेस आने वाली है ऐसा?
कोई चेंजेज नहीं आने वाला है, पता नहीं कहाँ से आप लोग चर्चा कर रहे हैं, कोई चेंजेज नहीं आने वाला।
सब कुछ ठीक है गठबंधन में जो बीजेपी के साथ है?
हाँ बिल्कुल, गठबंधन में ठीक है, उसमें क्या दिक्कत है, बिल्कुल ठीक।
नीतीश जी ने सर स्किप किया है मीटिंग, नीति आयोग का इम्पोर्टेंट मीटिंग था सर, क्यों
इम्पोर्टेंट मीटिंग?
कोई रीजन नहीं बताया गया सर?
नहीं, रीजन बताना हर बात के लिए जरूरी नहीं होता है, और हर मीटिंग में मुख्यमंत्री जी शामिल हो ही यह भी कोई आवश्यक नहीं होता है, समय के हिसाब से चीज़ें चलती हैं।
सर एक राज्य बिहार के लिए सर ये बहुत बड़ी बात है कि एक स्टेट, क्योंकि नीति आयोग ही एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है जहाँ पे स्टेट्स के नीड्स को और जो भी रिक्वायरमेंट होती है वो डिस्कस किया जाता है।
देखिए, नीति आयोग ऐसे भी सिर्फ डिस्कशन का प्लेटफॉर्म है, समस्या की चर्चा सिर्फ नीति आयोग करता है, उसका सॉल्यूशन नहीं बताता। अब बिहार के पिछड़ापन की बात वहाँ उठती है, लेकिन बिहार क्यों पिछड़ा है, इतना विकास का काम नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में लगातार किया जा रहा है, उसके बावजूद अन्य राज्यों के मुकाबले में हम पीछे हैं, उसके लिए विशेष राज्य के दर्जा की बात बार बार होती है, इस पर तो नीति आयोग कभी चर्चा नहीं करता, इसलिए नीति आयोग की बैठक में हमेशा शामिल होना कोई जरूरी नहीं।
क्या वजह है जदयू, राजद, कांग्रेस सब अपने एमएलएस को पटना में रहने को कह रही है आज शाम तक?
अभी तो उनसे पूछना पड़ेगा कि क्यों कह रहे हैं लोग, अलग पार्टी का क्या मामला है उसमें हम क्या बताएंगे।
ऑल इज वेल।
बिल्कुल ऑल इज वेल, थैंक यू।
We also go across to my colleague Saurabh, who's joining us and bringing us more reactions from Bihar. Saurabh, you know, Kushwaha is kind of downplaying the skipping of the Niti Aayog meeting. He's also saying that there are no troubles as far as the allies are concerned. How do you read what he's saying, and what else is lined up today?
Yes, we can clearly, he has clearly said that Niti Aayog is just a platform of discussion and no solution is given from Niti Aayog. That clearly indicates that he is speaking against central, because earlier it was the Planning Commission, and then Niti Aayog was formed, and this is the NDA government which has, set up the Niti Aayog. And this statement from Parliamentary Board Chairman Kushwaha clearly indicates he is the second man in the state after Lalan Singh, who is the JD president, and this statement coming from his mouth is clearly indicating that he is against the central policy. And he has also mentioned special status of Bihar, which has never been heard by the centre. So these are the reasons the JDU is against the central policies, and he has given one of the reasons that Nitish Kumar didn't attend Niti Aayog's meeting.
Nitish Kumar didn't attend Niti Aayog's meeting because he thinks that it is not useful to attend. Instead, Nitish Kumar thought it important to attend National Handloom Day event in Patna rather than going to Niti Aayog's meeting. So we have just a little piece of information I would like to give is that earlier we broke that even the RJD MLAs have been called up for a meeting. Now it's confirmed that RJD MLAs are being called up and a meeting at 4 p.m. tomorrow is scheduled for all the legislators of RJD as well. So overall, if we see, the JDU has called its legislators, the RJD has called its legislators, and the Congress, as we spoke with the Congress President also in Bihar, he also confirmed that the 19 MLAs and 4 MLCs of Congress have been called for a special meeting. It's just a matter of a day or two that the Bihar is certainly going to, see some major changes because these meetings, these are the indications that some major political development will take place in Bihar.
Right. We are also getting some more updates as far as the situation is concerned. Now what we're getting to know is that Upendra Kushwaha actually met Lalu Prasad Yadav. This was in the first week of July. So roughly a month ago, the JDU and the RJD meeting, top brass meeting took place. Maria Shakir, political editor, is also joining us with more on this. Is this the genesis of the rumblings, Maria?
No, not really. I think the genesis of this rumbling, which played out actually in the full public view, was events playing out in Patna over the last 48 hours. Yes, Nitish Kumar skipping the Niti Aayog meeting was perhaps the culmination in terms of visuals. But this tension in the alliance has been happening for quite some time now, Shivani. In fact, what sources have been telling us is that there was almost like an open fight that has been happening in Bihar Assembly between the speaker and the chief minister. The chief minister wanted to accuse the speaker of government, and remember, the present speaker in Bihar Assembly is BJP.
Yeah, just hold on with us. We're going to reconnect you for a better audio line. So what we're getting to know is that senior JDU member met Lalu Prasad Yadav. This meeting took place in the first week of July. But of course, a lot has played out over the last 48 hours. And the next 48 hours could be just as crucial as Nitish Kumar makes up his mind. You've heard from Upendra Kushwaha earlier. He is downplaying the developments. He's saying it's not that big a deal. If you don't attend one Niti Aayog meeting, it's not that the heavens have fallen. And it's not, necessary to attend all of these meetings by the center. But of course, the political messaging in this is strong. We're also hearing, of course, that on the day when Nitish Kumar was not joining the Niti Aayog meeting, he was also dialing up Sonia Gandhi. So there are, of course, different players in Bihar that will come to the fore. Now, we've talked about how Nitish Kumar has dialed Sonia Gandhi. He could possibly meet her in the days to come. And now this update coming in that senior JDU member also met Lalu Prasad Yadav, who's, of course, the RJD chief, the other player that Nitish Kumar will need to get on to his side as far as switching the allies is concerned. Let's see if Maria Shakil is back with us on the phone line. Yes, Maria, continue. Maria, if you can hear me, continue.
Yes, so Shivani, events in Bihar have been playing out for quite some time now. One of the difference of opinion was also the role of the present Bihar speaker, the assembly speaker. In fact, Nitish Kumar and he has been having open spat in Bihar assembly as well. So all this is being spoken about in the context of how things have gone from bad to worse. But as far as the BJP is concerned, remember when Dharmendra Pradhan traveled to Bihar, he maintained that for the BJP, the JDU-BJP alliance is intact and they see Nitish Kumar as the face of the alliance, be it in the 2024 parliamentary election or in 2025 Bihar assembly elections. But what has made Nitish Kumar take these drastic steps? Well, the sources in the JDU are giving multiple instances to say that how Nitish Kumar did not feel comfortable in this alliance. But again, as we have been saying, going the other way will not be easy for Nitish Kumar. 2017 may not be, 2022 may not be same as 2017. Nitish Kumar has got the famous U-turn politician tag now. He's seen as not being committed to any particular ideology. Why will RJD be ready to do business with Nitish Kumar? What will be the nature of alliance? In case if the Congress comes on board, can they really trust Nitish Kumar? So there are a number of questions that will be answered. But for the moment, what is looking imminent is Nitish walking out of this alliance. But BJP has increased its tally in Bihar Assembly from what it was in 2017.
Yes.
Because BJP is now the party number 2 in Bihar Assembly, almost like 1 or 2 seats short of the RJD, which is the party number 1 or the single largest party in Bihar. BJP will be asserting itself. We have seen a rather aggressive BJP in the last 2 years, and rightly so because of their numerical strength. We have 2 deputy chief ministers in Nitish Kumar's cabinet as well. So there are a number of issues is what sources in the JDU have been indicating. And what has really worked out in terms of the alliance, how it will be, what is the formula, if Nitish Kumar has an exit plan, has he already spoken to Lalu Yadav and Sonia Gandhi to ensure that an alliance is stitched immediately? Because if there is a transition, the transition has to happen in the next 24 to 48 hours. Nitish Kumar cannot just resign as the chief minister and expect things to move smoothly.
Right.
Because let's not forget, the current speaker who has a very important role in functioning of the house is of the BJP. And so just be prepared that if there is a political turmoil, the turmoil is only going to begin and perhaps continue for a far longer time that we are anticipating.
Right. The road ahead may not be easy for any concerned, and certainly not for Nitish Kumar. Maria, thanks a lot for joining us. Even as we, take all of that into account, things are clearly afoot as far as Bihar politics is concerned, because RJD MLAs and MLCs have also been called in for a meeting tomorrow at 4 p.m. My colleague Saurabh is tracking those developments very closely. So Saurabh, it looks like everybody is calling their MLAs and MLCs for a meeting tomorrow.
Yes, Shivani, we broke it in the morning that, in fact, yesterday, that it was a source-based information that RJD has also called the meeting with MLAs and MLCs. Now we have confirmed that all the MLAs and MLCs have been called up in Patna for a meeting which is going to be held tomorrow at 4 p.m. So it was the only RJD's confirmation was what we were waiting for. So overall, if we see, the JDU has called their leaders, the MLAs and MPs also. Now RJD and Congress, all the major political parties have called up their legislators for a meeting, and that too, all the meetings will be held tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be a big day for Bihar politics, because no one is saying that the government can change, but the scenario which is happening here, we can see all the party leaders and MLAs are joining up in Patna, and they are going to be present in the meeting tomorrow. These all clearly indicates that there is going to be a big change in the political field of Bihar. So also the JDU's Upendra Kushwaha, he denied that there is nothing sort of any rift between BJP and JDU, and even the RJD is also denying any rift. But the sequence of events that have been taking place, on one side, Nitish Kumar skips meeting of Niti Aayog, and then suddenly Upendra Kushwaha and Lalan Singh conducts PC, although it was for RCP Singh's resignation, but and then RJD and Congress, they are calling up their legislators. This clearly indicates some major political change which can be seen tomorrow or day after tomorrow maximum.
All right. Sarah, we'll keep coming back to you for more. We're getting a lot of political reactions from various sides in Bihar. Let's listen into some of them.
अरे तो 1998 से वो उनके प्राइवेट सेक्रेटरी न थे जी, कि जनता दल के कार्यकर्ता थे। ऐसा तो 2 दर्जन उनका रेल मंत्री का 2 दर्जन कर्मचारी था, तो उसी में एक वो भी थे। तो इसके चलते वो जनता दल के नेता हो गए। अरे जनता दल के नेता वो हुए 2010 में। मैंने कहा कि अपनी मर्जी से बने। उन्होंने खुद से कहा है कि अमित शाह जी से उनकी बातचीत हुई। अमित शाह जी ने उनको कहा कि आप ही के नाम पर सहमति है। अरे भाई, भारतीय जनता पार्टी तय करेगा कि जदयू का कौन मंत्री होगा। तो अगर जदयू का मंत्री भारतीय जनता पार्टी तय कर रहा था, तो ये तो मालूम है ना कि आप क्या कर रहे थे। विधायक दल की बैठक बुलाई गई है, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने बुलाया है। श्री RCP सिंह के प्रकरण के बाद जो परिस्थिति बनी है, उस पर विधायकों की राय जानेंगे।
कल राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने कहा कि मेरे पास पर्याप्त एविडेंस आ गया है और समय आने पर इसका खुलासा करेंगे। इसका मतलब क्या समझा जाए?
अब देखिए, पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष माननीय ललन बाबू हैं, वो जब बोलते हैं तो पूरी बात को गंभीरता से बोलते। पूरी बात आप भी सुन रहे थे, हम भी सुन रहे थे। इसके अलावा तो मेरे पास कोई आधिकारिक जानकारी नहीं, ना औपचारिक ना अनौपचारिक। नहीं, सवाल का टाल जाना नहीं। कोई सरकार, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी के गवर्नेंस का सवाल है, कोई पार्टी के नीतियों का सवाल है, पार्टी के अंदरूनी बात जिसके बारे में हमको कोई जानकारी नहीं है, तो हम कैसे किसी बात की पुष्टि कर दें? उनके खिलाफ कौन षड्यंत्र करेगा? क्या है किसी के पास? अरे माननीय नीतीश कुमार जी का पारदर्शी जीवन है। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी परिवारवाद से ऊपर संपत्ति सृजन जैसे मामले में कहीं कोई ये नहीं, तो नीतीश कुमार जी पर कौन क्या आरोप लगाएगा? उनका जो व्यक्तित्व है उस पर कोई आरोप लगा सकता है क्या? ईर्ष्या द्वेष में कोई कुछ बोल दे, लेकिन कहाँ ये सब संभव है? अब तो सपना में सोचना व्यर्थ है।
नीतीश कुमार नहीं आए हैं दिल्ली महत्वपूर्ण बैठकों में। हमने आपसे पहले भी पूछा था, और अब गठबंधन टूटने की खबरें आ रही हैं।
देखिए, जहाँ तक मुझे बिहार के बारे में मालूम है, बिहार कभी तोड़ने की बात नहीं करता है और बिहार कभी टूटने वाला नहीं है। जो बिहार को तोड़ेगा उसकी कमर टूट जाएगी। और मुझे लग रहा है कि बिहार में भारतीय जनता पार्टी एनडीए के साथ जो हमारा गठबंधन है, हमने गठबंधन धर्म का निर्वहन बहुत अच्छी तरह से किया है और कर रहे हैं। सब कुछ ठीक ठाक चल रहा है।
More updates coming in. JDU MP Rampreet Mandal has confirmed that they've all been called to Patla and all JDU representatives are going there. Has also added that nothing can be said in politics. So leaving it open-ended, we've done a conversation with Rampreet Mandal. Let's listen in.
में क्या सब कुछ ठीक ठाक है? जदयू और बीजेपी के बीच हमारे साथ रामप्रीत मंडल हैं, जदयू के सांसद हैं, झंझारपुर से हम उनसे बात करते हैं। रामप्रीत जी, अफवाह है या ऐसी खबर फैल रही है, इस पर क्या आपका कहना है?
ऐसा देखिए, मुझे तो कुछ जानकारी है ही नहीं। जैसे आप जानते हैं कि सांसद चल रहा है, सांसद से मैं निकल रहा हूँ, जा रहा हूँ पटना, हम सबों को बुलाया गया है। देखिए, जो भी जानकारी होगी पटना में भी मिलेगी, जाने के बाद ही आप पता चलेगा।
एक लाइन में आप बताइए, सब कुछ ठीक है या कुछ गड़बड़ है?
अभी तक तो ठीक ही चल रहा है और कुछ कहा नहीं जा सकता है राजनीति में, कब क्या होगा।
आपके पार्टी के जो सर्वे सर्वा हैं नीतीश कुमार जी, वह चीफ मिनिस्टर की मीटिंग में नहीं आते हैं, ऐसी भी खबर है। कल सोनिया गांधी से भी उन्होंने बात की थी।
मुझे ऐसी कुछ जानकारी नहीं है। कल नहीं आए, उनका तो स्वास्थ्य के कारण नहीं आए, ऐसा मुझे जानकारी नहीं है।
आप सांसद हैं, कल ये बयान आया केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल में जेडीयू का कोई भी नुमाइंदा नहीं रहेगा, आपकी पार्टी की ओर से आया। तो क्या ऐसे पॉइंट हैं जिन पर आप लोग आहत हुए हैं? अगर हुए हैं तो?
नहीं, आहत होने की कोई बात नहीं। पहले भी हमारे आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने मतलब मंत्रिमंडल में नहीं शामिल होने के लिए घोषणा किए थे और अभी आदरणीय जो हमारे ललन बाबू हैं, अध्यक्ष हैं और दल के नेता हैं, वो जो निर्णय लेंगे उनके साथ हैं।
अभी जो रिश्तों में मतलब जो फ्लो है वो ठीक चल रहा है या कुछ गड़बड़ है?
अभी तो ठीक ही चल रहा है, लेकिन मैं बोला ना आपको, कुछ पता नहीं चल सकता कब क्या होगा।
तो देखिए, एक तरीके का उन्होंने कहा कि कुछ पता नहीं क्या हो सकता है। अमित पांडे, दिल्ली न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया।
Let's also go across to Patna. My colleague Saurabh is tracking all developments from there. So Saurabh, you know, all JDU representatives, all MPs are also moving to Patna. You've been talking about how RJD has called all MLAs and MLCs. I believe Congress is also asking them to stay in Patna over the next couple of days. Tell us more of what the JDU strategy is today, tomorrow.
See, JDU is saying that the MPs and MLAs have been called up to discuss the aftermath of RCP's resignation. Although RCP has alleged that it was Nitish's, he was not courtesy enough to inform him when the Rajya Sabha ticket was denied to him. But the allegations made by Upendra Kushwaha on RCP Singh in a letter issuing a show cause notice saying that 40 bighas of lands were bought by RCP Singh during 2013 and 2022. So this allegation made RCP very uncomfortable, and in front of media he tendered his resignation, and from then he started attacking JDU, saying that JDU is just a sinking ship, and JDU's corruption will be that will be revealed in future. But and also he says that JDU has never given respect to any leaders, be it Prashant Kishore, George Fernandes, or many other senior leaders.
Okay.
So these allegations were made by RCP. Now JDU had conducted a meeting after PC after his statements and his resignation, saying that RCP Singh was not a leader on ground because he has never won any election. And also JDU is not a sinking ship. In fact, those who are not who want to be on the ship, they jump at first.
Okay.
So these kinds of statements were made by JDU president. Now the meeting has been called, and it is said that JDU has called the meeting to know about, and in fact the Nitish Kumar has called this meeting to discuss the fate of RCP Singh. Will there be any criminal suit against him, a civil suit against him, or what kind of action will be taken against RCP and the other thing is that there might be a fear because RCP Singh was a leader who was attached with JDU from 1998, so he has been with JDU since a long time.
Right.
So he must
We'll
be
wait
knowing
and see
all
how
the
that
ifs
plays
and buts
out. Of
about
course, there is the skirmish between RCP and his former party, but there's of course the larger politics of Bihar also that is at stake. I'm moving across to some more updates coming in, and this is from the Noida episode involving Srikant Tyagi. Now, 25,000 rupees bounty has been announced by Noida police on Srikant Tyagi, who continues to be absconding. Noida police has also released a poster announcing the same. My colleague Yash Goyal is joining us from Grand Omax Society in Noida, where the episode involving Srikant Tyagi took place, and those are the visuals of the poster announcing the bounty on his head as well. Yash, what more are you picking up?
So Shivani, this bounty has been put up on Srikant Tyagi since he's been absconding and police couldn't nab him. It's been more than 3 days, and this 25,000 rupees will be awarded to the person who give any sort of information to the police authorities. What we're also understanding that the last trace location of Srikant Tyagi was reported from Rishikesh. So this is turning out to be a chase which is not seems to be ending in a short while from now. And right now we are also here reporting from Grand Omax, where the entire demolition took place. These are the visuals, and this is the debris which you can see on the screen, where when early in the morning the officials from Noida authorities came and demolished the illegal construction which was done by Srikant Tyagi. And actually that illegal construction was the main flashpoint due to which the entire episode began. The video went viral where we saw Srikant Tyagi abusing and hurling abuses to the lady who was there in the video. What we are also understanding that the entire thing started when Srikant Tyagi was again building and planting some trees on the common area which was for the entire society, and he was planting those palm trees illegally on the land. The officials have also received this complaint earlier by the residents.
Yes.
Who
Yes,
say
just hold on
that,
with me. I also want to go across to Nikhil, my colleague who's joining us. Nikhil, what more is the police telling you? They've had to release bounty on the head of Srikant Tyagi. What are the leads, if any, that the police has on his whereabouts?
Well, after the announcement of rupees 25,000 bounty on the head of Srikant Sharma, who is said to be the BJP member, it clearly shows that the Noida police is very much clueless about his whereabouts, because had they known the location of Srikant Tyagi, they would not have issued the bounty. So now it also raises question on the Noida police as well as to which direction the investigation and the arresting is moving forward. But a while back, we have been speaking to some of the senior police officials in the Noida Police Commissionerate, and they have in fact formed many of the teams. In fact, as per the given details, 8 of the teams have been formed and they have been dispatched to different places, not just in Haridwar, Tapovan and Rishikesh, but there are other places as well near NCR where he could likely be present. But on the other side, there are also reports coming in that ACS home, Avnish Awasi's close the situation. He has clearly given directions to the Noida Police Commissioner and the senior police officials that they have to arrest Srikant Sharma at the earliest, because the action that we are seeing, since yesterday against Srikant Sharma clearly suggests us
yes,
that
Srikant Tyagi and his properties have been bulldozed, or at least the illegal encroachments in this society where the rout took place. In fact, I want to play out this report by my colleague Yash earlier from Omax Society. Take a look.
And this entire thing has been broken by the bulldozer over here, and this is what the authorities were mulling since the morning, and the people of the society were saying that this is the illegal encroachment which needs to be demolished over here, and this is why the entire altercation, the bulldozer is demolishing the entire illegally made shed over here. This demolition had been demanded by the society people for quite a while now. And today is the day when the society members, the people living in this society, are rejoiced by the action taken by the UP government and the UP authorities over here. Bulldozer over here, all the illegal construction has been destroyed by the authorities. Justice has been delivered for the society, for the people of the society, and what they are saying that this action was pending from quite a while now.
What action Noida Authority and Uttar Pradesh Police and Uttar Pradesh government is going to take now?
Look, Noida Authority officials have already been there. They have already reached there, and जो encroachment है, they are demolishing it. तो इसमें कहीं पर भी कोई बच नहीं सकता. Nobody will be spared. जो गलत है वो बिल्कुल नहीं बचेगा, इतना मैं कह सकता हूँ. और पुलिस ने भी एक्शन लिया. ऑल दोज पीपल जो 6 लोग थे, दे ऑल्सो हैव बीन अरेस्टेड. इतना मैं कह सकता हूँ. देखिए, कोई कहीं से भी किसी दल का कोई क्यों ना हो, इतना मैं आज आपके माध्यम से भी मैं आज के लिए, भविष्य के लिए, हमेशा के लिए मैं अश्योर करना चाहता हूं कि जो गलत है वो चाहे कहीं पर भी हो, कितना भी बड़ा क्यों ना हो, वो बचेगा नहीं. उसको कोई ताकत बचा नहीं सकती. और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में तो कम से कम मैं इतना दावा कर सकता हूं कि कोई ऐसा व्यक्ति बचेगा नहीं.
इलीगल इंक्रोचमेंट हटा दिया गया है. श्रीकांत त्यागी लेकिन अभी भी रन पे हैं, वो अभी भी अरेस्ट नहीं हुए. आप क्या क्या डिमांड करते हैं पुलिस से और अथॉरिटीज से?
हम डिमांड करते हैं, पहले तो 48 आवर्स का जो उन्होंने टाइम लिया था, अभी तक क्यों भी गिरफ्तार नहीं हुए हैं, वो कहाँ हैं? सबसे पहले उन्हें गिरफ्तार करो. और जो कार्रवाई चल रही है ना, इसको भी कंटिन्यू करे. भी शुरुआत है, वो कहते हैं ना अभी डी तक पहुंचा है, जेड अभी बाकी है. और दूसरा ये सेफ्टी, अभी हम सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा खतरे में आ गए. और वो लेडी तो हमसे भी ज़्यादा है. अभी जैसे कि परसों रिपोर्ट हुई है फेज 2 में, उसके बाद भी 15 अज्ञात लोग अंदर आ जाते हैं और आके यहाँ हमला करने की कोशिश करते हैं.
लेकिन आज के एक्शन के बाद से मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि अब एक्शन लिया जाएगा. योगी जी जिंदाबाद.
ये रुकना नहीं,
जिन्होंने ये एक्शन लिया, बुलडोजर चलवाया, इसकी हमें बिल्कुल उम्मीद नहीं थी.
कभी भी कुछ भी एक्शन लिया ही नहीं नोएडा अथॉरिटी ने, जो कि आज इन्होंने लिया है. तो ये घटना तब हो जानी चाहिए थी. चलिए, हर चीज का वक्त होता है, तो अभी हो गया, बहुत अच्छी बात है. और इस तरह के लोगों को बिल्कुल भी बढ़ावा नहीं मिलना चाहिए, क्योंकि इन्होंने बहुत परेशानी क्रिएट करी है और हम लोगों को बहुत मेंटली, फिजिकली हर तरह से हरास किया है.
My colleague Yash is joining us from Grandamax, the society in Noida where this entire row took place. Yash, the residents are obviously happy. They want this action, this tough message to continue. What are they telling you about the kind of difficulties that Srikant Tyagi was posing for them? Was it just about extending his, flat and, putting in some trees and plants and encroaching on the common areas, or was there more?
So Shivani, after talking to a number of residents over here, they have told us that Srikant Tyagi was not only building these illegal construction, making these illegal construction, but he was actually acting like a rowdy person, like a gangster from quite some time. So one of the residents also narrated one of the stories when Srikant Tyagi was used to enter the premises with the gypsies, with personal guards, and they used to harass, they used to torment the residents over very small issues. The other issue which the residents have raised, that one of the key things when someone is living in these sorts of societies, they have to pay a maintenance. So Srikant Tyagi didn't pay the maintenance ever on time. The amount was whopping over 2 lakh rupees. And after this entire episode unfolded, after that only one of his close relatives deposited over 1 lakh rupees to the society officials so that this matter could be doused down a little. But the way he has been behaving with the society clearly indicates that what kind of a person he was, the rowdy nature, the way he used to behave. He had continuous altercations. This was not the very first time when this incident was reported.
Right.
This incident came into light just because the media took up the issue and the video went viral online and the authorities swung into action and they took the cognizance of the 2019 letter, and after that one more letter was written and they took cognizance of that letter and they acted upon it. And this I can show you. First I was reporting from the front of the house. Now this is the back of his house, which has also been demolished. If I ask my video journalist to show you that this entire building had one symmetrical wall till which you can construct your house, but this fellow has constructed the house nearly about to this ramp, and it was actually also overshadowing this ramp, and this ramp was also demolished by the
Yes,
Noida
we'll leave it at that. We'll
this
keep
morning.
coming back to you for more. I'm getting some more updates now coming in, and this is with regards to Sanjay Raut. His judicial custody has been extended till August 22. So that's a 2-week extension that the agencies have got. Certainly no relief for him, but trouble only mounting for him as the investigations also gather pace. Remember, his family is also in the dock as far as this Partha Chatterjee scam is concerned, and his wife has also been issued summons. My colleague Mihir Trivedi is also joining us. Mihir, tell us more of anything that the court has said while extending his custody.
Absolutely. The big update at this point is Sanjay Raut has been granted judicial custody now. Till now, he was in ED custody. Today, the court has granted him judicial custody till 22nd of August. That is a 14-day judicial custody. There is some amount of relief for Sanjay Raut because he will be allowed home food as well as his prescribed medicine is what the court has agreed to. He also made a request for a bed. That was something which will now be subject to the jail authorities is what we understand, and that is the latest in this particular case. Yes, this is the Partha Chatterjee case in which Sanjay Raut was arrested by the ED and ED had his remand for over 8 days where they not only questioned him, but also wife Varsha Raut was summoned and she was questioned on Saturday. Today, the ED remand got over, and today the court decided that Sanjay Raut should be sent for judicial custody now. So that is the latest update. At this point, I'm at the Sessions Court, and Sanjay Raut from here will be taken to JJ Hospital probably for medical tests, because that is something which is part of the procedure before he will be sent to the jail. He will likely be taken to the Arthur Road jail is what we understand at this point.
Okay. You're mentioning some of the reliefs that Sanjay Raut has managed to get, which pertain, of course, to medical intervention. But what more are his lawyers saying? What is Sanjay Raut's defense team saying as far as the extension of his custody is concerned? You know, that does not augur well as far as their defense is concerned.
Absolutely. As far as Sanjay Raut's defense is concerned, in the last hearing, they clearly maintained that the ED is just trying to, take his custody time and again without enough evidence. However, the ED did put in certain facts in front of the court, saying they have, during the investigation, after getting the custody of Sanjay Raut, they have got some additional trail of money which they put in front of the court, and based on that they got the additional custody. But today, after the 8-day custody of Sanjay Raut by the ED, the court decided today to grant him judicial custody, which really means now that yes, for 14 days Sanjay Raut will be under judicial custody, but now there are chances of him to apply for bail, and that way there is some amount of relief. Apart from that, of course, we know that the court has granted him some sort of relief and some sort of the leniency in terms of providing him home food as well as providing him the prescribed medicines.
Okay.
Remember, the court on the first day really took that point into account that he has got a medical condition, he has certain heart ailments, and did also reiterate in the second hearing when he was produced by the ED, saying that he should be granted some amount of things that he asked for by the ED. In fact, during the last hearing, Sanjay Raut was asked about whether he was kept properly at the ED headquarters, and he said the room he was kept in was not properly ventilated, and that made him made some issues he was facing. But
all right, we'll wait and see how this plays out. The investigation agencies are, of course, building and mounting their case, which involves, as I mentioned, Sanjay Raut's family as well. His custody has now been extended till August 22 as a judicial custody. Some more updates coming in. Delhi Lieutenant Governor has written a letter to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal asking for CAG reports relating to the accounts of Delhi from 2017 to 2021. The letter says that many irregularities pointed out in the above report are of serious nature and require urgent attention. It looks like trouble is mounting for the Arvind Kejriwal-led government as far as scrutiny from the Lieutenant Governor, the CAG and even investigating authorities are concerned. My colleague Pallavi Ghosh is also joining us with more on this. Pallavi, what more do we know about the CAG report and what the Lieutenant Governor is asking for?
So these are a series of reports, and in fact this letter also pins up those 4 audit reports which talks about a huge amount of money which is not accounted for, and essentially it goes out also to the new excise policy. Now in this letter specifically it also talks about how the Deputy Chief Minister, which is of course Mr. Manish Sisodia, he also needs to be held accountable, and there are huge lapses. So as you pointed out, Shivani, a huge amount of pressure certainly mounting on the Kejriwal government. They do want this letter to be now put on the floor of the House. The CAG report also then gets tabled on the Parliament of India, on the floor of the House, which means it is something which we can take in cognizance of and will be seen as serious implications also for the Delhi government and more specifically for the Aam Aadmi Party.
And you know, political barbs aside, Pallavi, a CAG report, and as and when it gets tabled and gets taken cognizance of, is a very serious matter, isn't it? Pallavi, I'm sorry to interrupt you there. Let me just quickly go across to Adesh Gupta, also joining us. Adesh Gupta, we're getting information that the LG has written to Arvind Kejriwal, highlighting the CAG reports and the irregularities therein.
जी बिल्कुल सही बात है कि पहले भी 4 साल से CAG रिपोर्ट हाउस पे टेबल नहीं हुई, और जब इस बार अभी जो लेटेस्ट सेशन में टेबल की इन्होंने, उसमें तुरंत ही उन्होंने 2 मिनट के अंदर 11th आवर पे किया, और उसके बाद उसमें इतनी इरेगुलरिटीज हैं, एक्सपेंसेस ज्यादा हैं। दिल्ली जल बोर्ड में भी जो 57,000 करोड़ का खर्चा है, उसका भी अभी तक कोई हिसाब किताब नहीं दिया है इन्होंने। इसी तरह ड्यूसिब में जो खर्चा किया, हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट में जो खर्चा किया है, उसका कोई भी हिसाब किताब नहीं, और एडवर्टीजमेंट पर इतने एक्सपेंसेस है। इन्होंने अपने जो सीएम ने अपना जो घर बनाया पीडब्ल्यूडी की तरफ से, उसमें इतने खर्चे किए हैं, उसका कोई भी हिसाब किताब इन्होंने नहीं दिया है। और CAG रिपोर्ट ये बताती है कि दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट में, दिल्ली सरकार में, अरविंद केजरीवाल के रिजिम में इतना करप्शन हुआ है जिसका अभी तक उन्होंने हिसाब किताब भी नहीं दे पाया। इसका सीधा अर्थ है कि जब कोई हिसाब किताब नहीं दे पाता, इसका सीधा मतलब है कि उन्होंने करप्शन किया है और सही से
आदेश गुप्ता जी, बीजेपी, दिल्ली बीजेपी की डिमांड क्या है इसमें? क्योंकि एक्साइज पॉलिसी में आपने बहुत क्लियर डिमांड रखी थी, ये एक थोड़ा लार्जर इशू हो गया है। आप ओवरऑल करप्शन की बात कर रहे हैं, अनअकाउंटेड अनअकाउंटेड मनी की बात कर रहे हैं, तो क्या डिमांड है आपकी?
मेरा सबसे पहले कहना है, दिल्ली जल बोर्ड ने आपको 22 पत्र लिखे हैं, CAG की ओर से पत्र आए हैं, और ये कहा है कि आप हिसाब दिए 57,000 करोड़ का। इसी तरह CAG रिपोर्ट, जो ऑडिट रिपोर्ट होती है, वो सालाना होती है, और उसमें जो एक्सपेंसेस होते हैं उसका हिसाब किताब होता है। लेकिन टेबल इन्होंने क्यों नहीं की, इसका जवाब दे वो, और इसको बिल्कुल इस पर व्हाइट पेपर आना चाहिए, और हम इस पे जो भी इसमें एक्सपेंसेस हुए हैं उसका सारा ब्यौरा सामने आना चाहिए, पब्लिक के सामने आना चाहिए।
आदेश गुप्ता जी, द चार्ज ऑफ करप्शन इज अ वेरी सीरियस वन। अगर आप कह रहे हैं कि दिल्ली सरकार में जो अकाउंट्स है वो सही से हैंडल नहीं हुए हैं, CAG भी फ्लैग किया है और उन्होंने अकाउंट्स में इरेगुलरिटीज हैं, तो आप इल्जाम किस पे लगा रहे हैं करप्शन का?
दिल्ली सरकार पे मैंने पहले कहा कि जैसे उन्होंने जल बोर्ड का 57,000 करोड़ रुपया कहाँ खर्चा किया, इसका हिसाब किताब नहीं है। CAG ने उनको 22 पत्र लिखे, और CAG की ऑडिट रिपोर्ट में दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट की ड्यूटी है कि उसकी जो इरेगुलरिटीज हैं, जो एक्सपेंसेस है ज्यादा, उनके बारे में वो जो दोषी हैं उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करे वो।
तो आप किसी मंत्री पे इल्जाम लगा रहे हैं या अरविंद केजरीवाल पे लगा रहे हैं?
अरविंद केजरीवाल सरकार है और उनकी चीफ मिनिस्टर, वो चीफ मिनिस्टर है, तो उन्हीं के ऊपर आरोप है, और वही सारी चीजों के कर्ता धर्ता तो वही है।
ओके, Adesh Gupta, appreciate you joining us with your first reaction troubles mounting for the Delhi Arvind Kejriwal-led government. I'm not sure if my colleague Pallavi is still with us. Pallavi, as you were mentioning, you know, this CAG report becomes a completely different matter. It becomes an agency that is, of course, authorized to audit government accounts, and therefore the troubles are not really just in the realm of politics alone. It becomes much bigger than that. We've seen what past CAG reports have led to. So the update that we're tracking is that the CAG report has been highlighted by the Delhi governor, the Lieutenant Governor, and they've written to the Delhi Chief Minister asking for those reports to be tabled and for those reports to be taken cognizance of. Moving on, another report of civic horror coming in from Chennai. A giant signboard collapsed over moving vehicles on the road in Kattipara area, killing one while two others received serious injuries. The incident occurred after a speeding government bus rammed into the pillar holding the signboard. But this is not the first time that such an incident has taken place, where a signboard has killed someone in Chennai. Back in 2019, a political illegal hoarding erected by AIADMK had fallen on a 23-year-old techie, Subhashri. After the hoarding fell on her, she lost her balance and was then run over by a water tanker. She died on the spot. Post that incident, Madras High Court had directed that installation of flexi boards and banners in public places must be stopped, and that the government should ensure that vehicular movement is not impeded.
This giant signboard fell on the GST road near the Alandur metro station, resulting in one casualty, and one of them is seriously injured. This incident happened last evening. This is the GST road, one of the busiest roads. But because it was a Sunday, it was a lean day with very, very few vehicle movement, which is why one motorist was injured, was grievously injured, who breathed his last today. And there was also a mini truck and an auto. All these three vehicles were passing by when this signboard came crashing down. One dead, one seriously injured and being treated at the Royapeta Government Hospital. The driver who fled the spot after the tragic incident occurred was arrested late last night. Today, he will be produced before the court. The Tamil Nadu government has assured strict action against the driver who was responsible for this tragic incident.
Well, citizens in Chennai continue to suffer as far as these signboards are concerned. It is, of course, not normal to have these signboard tragedies take place in and around Chennai like this that are costing lives. So one person is already dead, two others are seriously injured. My colleague Purnima is also joining us over the phone line. Purnima, first of all, what is the condition of the other two that have been injured? What action has the government promised?
Well, one person is still seriously injured. Remember, when the signboard came crashing down, there was a two-wheeler, there was a mini truck and an auto rickshaw. It fell on these three vehicles, and totally 5 were injured yesterday. One of the 5 had breathed his last in the wee hours today. One other is seriously injured and being treated. 4 others have suffered minor injuries, but the state government has promised that the MTEC bus driver, they said that this action will be taken against the bus that in fact created this tragic incident, because of the overspeeding of the bus is what caused this accident. They said that stringent action will be taken against the driver. Remember, after the incident, the driver had fled the spot. He was arrested late last night, and today he's been remanded to custody. So MTC buses, strict directions will be given to them, because there are people who complain of overspeeding of these vehicles that lead to many such tragic incidents in Chennai and across Tamil Nadu as well.
All right, Purnima, we'll keep coming back to you for more. A big thanks for the meantime. Senior lawyer who was with the Congress party till not so long ago, Kapil Sibal, has made some statements on the Supreme Court. He is saying that there is no hope left in the apex court, a court where judges are selected through a process of compromise, a court where there is no system to determine which case will be presided over by which bench, where the CGI decides which matter will be dealt with by which bench. That court can never be independent. So it looks like that Kapil Sibal is raising very, very serious, large issues of the functioning of the Supreme Court. This is a redux of sorts of the controversy that had erupted over whether the CJI is the master of the rosters a few years ago. Ananya Bhatnagar, my colleague, is also joining us. What is prompting this rant against the Supreme Court by Kapil Sibal, Ananya?
Well, yes, we have to go back a little to know as to what has happened. So this was an event that was organized against the various judgments of the Supreme Court that were pronounced very recently, which includes the Zakia Jafri case, wherein a clean sheet was given to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and others in the Gujarat riots case. Apart from that, it is also against the PMLA judgment, and Kapil Sibal was essentially speaking against the PMLA judgment and also the Zakia Jafri case, because remember that he had appeared for Zakia Jafri into this particular case, and at this occasion Mr. Sibal said that there is no faith left in the Indian judicial system, and in fact the Supreme Court, because the CJI is the master of the roster here, he decides which bench would take up which case, and since it is the CJI who's allotting the case, then there is no independence left in the judiciary. So basically asking questions over he's asking questions over the Indian judiciary. And remember that his statements become very, very important, because not only is a senior lawyer, he has remained the former law minister of the country, and he's somebody who's known in the judiciary as a lawyer. He's been practicing for years now, and in fact he has represented a lot of governments. He was with the Congress government at that point of time, and when he was a law minister as well. And these statements coming out from a former law minister are something that is inviting the flag of the judiciary, and people are actually condemning the statement that he has made. So we'll have to wait and watch as to how more reactions come in and how people react to his statements. But then a very, very serious aspersion coming in from the senior lawyer and the former law minister into this particular case. Studios.
Yeah, I'm expecting, Ananya, that comments like these from senior lawyer like Kapil Sibal are not going to go unnoticed by the Supreme Court, and especially the CJI.
Well, yes, definitely these might not be the CJI might take a view of this and might issue a statement or might say something or the other about it, though we'll have to wait and watch for that, and we shall not comment as to what the CJI would do in this case particularly. But then this is not something that would go unnoticed by not only the CJI but also the people in the judicial circle, whether it's the senior lawyers, whether it's the former judges. So we'll have to see as to how things pan out, but definitely these are some serious aspersions coming in from the former law minister and senior advocate Kapil Sibal. So we'll have to wait as to how the lobby reacts to it, how the former judges react to it, and whether or not the Supreme Court takes cognizance of this, and whether contempt is issued against him or not.
I'm already getting an update that the Bar Association chairman has already taken umbrage over these comments made by Kapil Sibal. Do you have more, Ananya, of what the Bar Association feels on this?
But yes, this is the All India Bar Association President Adish C. Agarwala, who says that these statements are completely contempt, and contempt proceedings shall be initiated against the senior lawyer for making and casting aspersions over the working of the topmost court of the country, and clearly saying and coming out in open and saying that no faith is left in the Indian judicial system, and in fact also casting questions on the working of the Chief Justice of India also. So the Bar Association, the All India Bar Association, which is headed by Mr. Adish C. Agarwala, who's the chairman of this Bar Association, has clearly condemned the statement that have been made by Kapil Sibal, and we might see that more and more reactions come into this, and more people would now react to as to what Mr. Sibal has said into this particular way.
Okay, we're getting a response actually from Adish C. Agarwala, chairman of the All India Bar Association. Let's listen in.
The statement of former Union Minister for Law and Justice, Mr. Kapil Sibal, lamenting that he has lost hope in the Indian judiciary is contemptuous. The courts decide cases by applying law to the facts presented by cases before them. They owe allegiance to the Constitution of India and none else. Criminal cases which were instituted by the then governments as a political witch hunt, where detailed investigations have been carried out but failed to disclose any evidence, had to be given a burial. And if that had happened, no fault can be found with the judicial system. Courts are not to deliver judgments, hanging people just to assuage the feelings of a certain community. The robust system is insulated from statements that is influenced only by the law. Kapil Sibal is a seasoned senior advocate and has been the president of Supreme Court Bar Association.
Let me go back across to my colleague Ananya, who continues to be with us. Before that, let me go across to Nalin Kohli of the BJP, an advocate himself. Nalin Kohli, I'm not sure if you've heard these comments by Kapil Sibal. He's raised very serious allegations against the court, calling them, basically saying that there is no hope with the Supreme Court anymore. He's raised a specific allegation of the CJI being the master of the roster, saying that such a court cannot be trusted anymore, cannot be independent either. Your first remarks.
As a senior advocate and a former law minister, Mr. Kapil Sibal himself knows the limits of what we should say when we speak about the court. Let's face the fact. When judgments come in favor of any party, then of course the court is supposed to be brilliant, wonderful. But when judgments are against, then the court suddenly becomes where we have no hope. We can't have a system like that. Ultimately, it is the same court which passes judgments, some cases in favor of one, some cases in another. Judgments can't be made according to what are the expectations and desires of the litigants. Judgments will be written by judges based on what they look at the issues, and the court hears everyone. In every case, there are at least two parties, in some cases many parties. And when reasoned judgments come, there are long reasons given in it. Now, certainly Mr. Sibal or anyone else can have the right to have a point of view. But to say there is no hope is an extreme statement, because this is the final court. This is a court where the poorest of the poor and the richest of the rich, they come finally. The master of the roster is the Chief Justice. That system has existed in the 50 years, in the last several decades, in which the Congress has been incumbent too. The Congress party or its former ministers can't have a system that it worked wonderfully when they were in power, and the same system has become bad under the BJP.
No,
because the
Mr.
BJP is not running the court.
Mr. Nalkoli, you have a point there. We also have a reaction coming in from Mr. Kapil Sibal. Let's play that out first, and then I'll come back to Mr. Kohli.
कोर्ट के सामने नहीं रखे गए जो किसी प्राइवेट पार्टी का दस्तावेज, कोई प्राइवेट डॉक्यूमेंट, हम केवल वही डॉक्यूमेंट कोर्ट के सामने रखेंगे जो सरकारी डॉक्यूमेंट, सरकारी दस्तावेज हो, ताकि कोर्ट हमें न कह सके कि आप अपनी बात अदालत के सामने रख रहे हो। हमें उनको कहा कि ये तो ऑफिशियल पेपर है, ये सरकारी दस्तावेज है, ये सरकारी दस्तावेज ये कहानी बताते हैं, तो आप इसका फैसला कीजिए। एक उदाहरण देता हूं कि आपको मालूम है कि गुजरात के समय गुलबर्ग सोसाइटी ने कई जगह पे लोग जलाए गए, मकान जलाए गए, तो उस समय नेचुरली वहां फायर ब्रिगेड भी होती थी। तो जो इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज थी वो फायर ब्रिगेड में फोन करती थी कि साहब यहाँ आग लगी हुई, आके हो जाएगी। तो वो जो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन थी, कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंस थी, वो इंटेलिजेंस की कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंस हमारे सामने थी। तो ताज्जुब की बात यह है कि किसी फायर ब्रिगेड ने फोन नहीं उठाया, किसी फायर ब्रिगेड ने फोन नहीं उठाया। तो हमने बहस की कोर्ट के सामने कि ये बताइए साहब कि जो एसआईटी आपने बनाई थी, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बनाई थी, उस एसआईटी ने जाके पूछा कि भाई आपने फोन क्यों नहीं उठाया? तो मैं ज्यादा नहीं कुछ कहना चाहता, तो सिफारिश दी गई, ये दी गई कि वो बिजी होंगे, बिजी होंगे। भाई कहाँ बिजी थे, कहाँ गए हुए थे, फायर ब्रिगेड कहाँ थी, ऑपरेटर कहाँ था? ये तो एसआईटी को तफ्तीश करनी चाहिए थी ना। एसआईटी ने तफ्तीश नहीं की। जब हमने कोर्ट से पूछा क्यों नहीं की, हम कोई दस्तावेज कोर्ट के सामने नहीं रखेंगे जो किसी प्राइवेट पार्टी का दस्तावेज, कोई प्राइवेट डॉक्यूमेंट।
Well, that was the statement coming in from senior counsel Mr. Kapil Sibal. This is a gentleman. He's a senior lawyer. He has had an illustrious career at the bar, one of the very well-reputed names in the corridors of judiciary in the Supreme Court as well. Not to forget that he has served various important positions, including at one time the law minister of the country. However, the process of appointment of judges has been a bone of contention between the respective governments and the collegium. At the same time, we have had various occasions where the top lawyers have criticized the judiciary, but is this really in the right tone and tenor? Ujjwal Nikam is also joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Nikam, thank you so much for speaking to us. Your thoughts in the manner in which Mr. Kapil Sibal put out his arguments or his criticism of the Supreme Court. He said there is no hope left.
It is the most unfortunate that the senior advocate like Mr. Kapil Sibal is making such type of statement. Of course, in democracy, you can express your views, but ultimately, you see the apex court, the top court, the Supreme Court, you see, we must maintain the respect and the dignity of the court. If you have any grievances about the distribution of work among the judges, you have the remedy by a legal means. But you should not scandalize or criticize publicly, openly in such a manner so that the common man would feel that, oh, ultimately this is the respect of the court. Yeah. So I think Mr. Sibal's statement is totally unwarranted, and I strongly condemn such type of statement made by a senior advocate.
Right. Mr. Nikam, I'm also taken back in time on the 12th of January 2018, when we had that historic press conference by sitting 4 judges of the Supreme Court. And even that time, the master of the roster or manner in which cases were being assigned was something that was questioned by the sitting judges of the Supreme Court. And ever since then, this controversy has surrounded the corridors of Supreme Court, of the top collegium. However, various steps have been taken by the Supreme Court collegium. There is an effort to try and make the appointments more transparent. There are instances where the collegium puts out the resolution on the website. There is also increased push to increase more and more transparency as far as judicial appointments are concerned. Right now, they work through a closed-door process called the collegium system, and more importantly, after the NJSC verdict of 2015, this is the system that continues to operate in the country. But beyond NJSC, this is about a recent judgment that had come out from the Supreme Court, and clearly Mr. Sibal is not happy with it. My colleague Ananya Bhatnagar is also joining us on the broadcast. Ananya, take us through the judgment that Mr. Sibal is talking about. What were his objections or criticisms?
Well, yes, Anusha, he's clearly talking about the Zakia Jafri judgment, wherein a clean chit was given to the then Chief Minister of Gujarat, who is currently the Prime Minister of the country, Mr. Narendra Modi, and others in the larger conspiracy case with regards to the Gujarat riots. And in fact, the court had also held in the Zakia Jafri case that there are people who were trying to paint the government in a bad light and were blaming the government in a way of a larger conspiracy. And remember, after that, various arrests were made. R.B. Kumar was arrested, Teesta Seetalwan were arrested, and a great conspiracy had emerged out as to how to paint the government in bad light. And this is the particular judgment which Mr. Sibal was talking about at this event that was held on Saturday in the national capital very recently, wherein Mr. Sibal was also was a speaker there, and where he made these statements that he has no hope left in the judicial system of the country. He was basically talking against the 2 judgments. One was the Zakia Jafri case, and another was the judgment of the Supreme Court in the PMLA, wherein it had upheld all the most of the provisos of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, giving extraordinary powers to the Enforcement Directorate. So he was also questioning how the ED functions at this particular event, and in fact, he also made aspersions over the Zakia Jafri case into this particular event. So basically, this is what Mr. Sibal had said, that there is no hope left in the judicial system. I also
want to cut across to Gaurav Bhatia. He's a lawyer and also a leader of the BJP. Mr. Bhatia, thank you so much for speaking to us. I ask this question to you as a person who's involved in the judicial process of the country, as a responsible member of the bar. How do you see the statements from Mr. Kapil Sibal?
Very proudly, as a foot soldier of the Honorable Supreme Court and having served as the Secretary of the Supreme Court Bar Association, I can tell you that every citizen has faith in the judiciary of the country. And such a statement coming from leave aside the fact that he belongs to a political party, but from a senior advocate, casting aspersions on the judiciary doesn't augur well for the opposition. And I must also say that even during the COVID pandemic, I have myself witnessed, like any other lawyer, how the judges were working day and night to ensure that justice reaches even the poorest of the poor. They have taken decisions, you might disagree with them, but casting aspersions on the judiciary is unacceptable. And if I may add that this is the line that Rahul Gandhi also took a few days back when he said that all the institutions have been destroyed, whereas our democracy is the one that the world looks up to and is the strongest.
Mr. Bhatia, I'm just going to once again reiterate that I asked this question to you as somebody who knows the Constitution of India, who's a student of the Constitution of India. That Supreme Court itself on many occasions has said that dissent, criticism is a welcome aspect of democracy. And of course, our journalists, commentators, political parties often indulge in the critique of the Supreme Court. Where does one draw the line?
No, absolutely. As a student of law and, I've learned at the bar, criticism is all fine. You can criticize a judgment also. Nobody draws contempt because you criticize a Supreme Court or a High Court judgment.
That's right.
But when you start casting aspersions on the functioning of the judiciary, when you overlook the fact that there is a Supreme Court judgment that gives authority to the Honorable CJI to be the master of the roster, and you say that cases are being assigned for ulterior motive, and that too without an iota of evidence, that is unacceptable.
Mr. Bhatia, before I let you go, my last question to you. The entire master of the roster system, the manner in which cases are allotted, this has been a discussion in the corridors of the Supreme Court ever since 2018. Do you think there is a need for more transparency and perhaps a more constructive discussion in a better tone and tenor?
Absolutely. Why not? I think key to any democracy is the power to deliberate, discuss, even dissent. But as I said earlier, you can't cast aspersions on the judiciary. And I must say, as a representative of the Bar Association also, that bar associations do sometimes differ with whatever the judiciary feels.
Exactly, yes.
And that acts as a check and balance. But we do not cast aspersions on the honorable judges of the Supreme Court or the High Court or the lower judiciary.
Or a blanket aspersion without really, substance. Thank you, Mr. Gaurav Bhatia, for joining us. And I think that's a wonderful point that Gaurav Bhatia made, that on various occasions, bench has checks and balances by the bar, and bar is said to be the mother of the bench, and that's a constructive relationship that they enjoy. Somnath Bharti from the Aam Aadmi Party is also joining us on the broadcast. Somnath ji, thank you so much for speaking to us. Your thoughts on what Mr. Kapil Sibal has said?
See, it's very unfortunate what he has said, but today's situation in the country and hopelessness across. I mean, the government has created situations across the nation. Things are not moving out. The country is in deepest slumber. It is ruined. Fundamental rights are just, getting violated at every possible situation. And so, I don't know what was his mindset when he said so, but we have nowhere else to go than the Supreme Court ultimately. So
we just had Mr. Gaurav Bhatia, and I'm not really quoting him as a BJP person.
Gaurav Bhatia, he is a member of BJP, so he will have
no. Please listen to the argument. Please listen to the argument. The argument is that constructive criticism always has to be welcome, and I think you have a background in law, so you would appreciate that bar has often been very critical of the bench. There's nothing new about it, but the tone and tenor, blanket aspersions without really any substance. Is that something acceptable?
No, it's not acceptable at all. But then, see, what has happened that when you look at a situation where things have been negative all around, then I don't really know that what was the context when Mr. Sibal gave a statement like that.
He was speaking about Zakia Jafri and PMLA, those judgments.
As a member of the bar, I would not indulge in any such criticism of the Supreme Court or any other court.
All right, Mr. Somnath
Bharti. But then, as a politician, when I look at it, that it would be a different take because of the government situation.
So your take as a politician and a lawyer is completely different, Mr. Somnath Bharti?
I still would not cast aspersions on the Supreme Court or any other court, because that was the only place, in fact, left over today in the country where you go for some relief to get.
Yes, and justice,
So,
and justice.
but unfortunate that Mr. Modi has brought situations in the country like that people have become hopelessness, even BJP.
Well, I think that's the
That's
politician in you speaking right now. But thank you, Mr. Somnath Bharti, for joining us on your on the broadcast and sharing the views with us. My colleague Ananya Bhatnagar continues to remain with us on the show. Ananya, any word that has come in from the Supreme Court Bar Association?
Yes, so far no word has come in from the Supreme Court Bar Association, but we might expect a statement coming in, though there is a statement that has come in from the All India Bar Association, that is the AIBA, headed by Mr. Adhish Agarwal, who has clearly condemned the statements that have been made by Mr. Sibal and said that these are contempt statements and contempt shall be issued against him. We might also see that somebody can approach Mr. K.K. Venugopal, who is the Attorney General of India, seeking his consent to initiate a contempt proceeding against Mr. Sibal. So, but these are just assumptions, and we shall not go by them. But what is very, very clear is that his statements are in fact being criticized by the judiciary, by the people in the judicial circle, whether these are lawyers, whether these are people who are connected to the bar or the bench. But we'll have to wait, Anusha, for what more comes in officially from the SCBA or any other bar association, whether it's the DHCBA or the SCBA. We'll have to wait and watch for that. But then these are the statements that have been made. He has he was speaking at an event in the national capital, which was held against the PMLA judgment and also the judgment in the Zakia Jafri case, wherein a clean sheet was given to the then Gujarat CM, Mr. Narendra Modi, who's currently the Prime Minister of the country. And clearly, Mr. Sibal saying that he has no faith left in the Supreme Court and a system where the CJI is the master of the roster and he decides as to who will hear which case. Anusha.
And Ananya, as most of the people across party lines, whether it was Mr. Somnath Bharti, it was Gaurav Bhatia, Ujjwal Nikam, everybody who spoke to us, anybody would vouch for the fact that there is a very vibrant culture of dissent and disagreement between the bar and bench. And this is, we're talking about the Supreme Court of India. The Supreme Court of India is known to have the best of the minds, whether it's the judges or it's the lawyers. How will this statement really be perceived by the Supreme Court Bar Association? Will there be any application for any contempt proceedings to be taken up, because that needs to be approved by the Attorney General of India? All of that is a wait and watch, and as my colleague said, a speculation at this point in time. But clearly, this statement from Mr. Kapil Sibal has sent ripples in the judicial circles. Some more breaking news coming in. And Mohsin Ahmed, an alleged ISIS sympathizer, has been arrested by the NIA yesterday. He has been sent to custody till the 16th of August. That's the word really coming in, that Mohsin Ahmed, he's an alleged ISIS sympathizer. He was arrested by the National Investigation Agency yesterday. Now, you remember that ISIS works on this module where they create their sympathizers or people who work in separate cells. They are people who are planted at different locations. What this case is really about, and ahead of the 15th of August, there is also abundant precautions, security drills which are taking place across the country. So in the light of the upcoming Independence Day celebrations as well, all these arrests and crackdown by the NIA become very, very important. What exactly this case is about, what are the key charges, we'll try and connect with my colleagues and get more details on the story. But 16th of August, that's the date till when he has been sent to custody. After that, he'll once again be produced before the court. Usually in terror charges before an NIA court, the proceedings happen in camera. The evidence or any kind of proceedings are not really available to people at large. Ananya Bhatnagar back with us on the broadcast. Ananya, tell us more about this case.
Well, yes, definitely. This was an arrest that has been made by the National Investigation Agency a few days ago. And this was a big development that is coming ahead of the Independence Day. And this person was basically having connections with the ISIS, and he is actually, in fact, accused of providing funding through Syria as well. So he has been now given out to custody to the NIA till the August 16. Remember that he was produced a day before yesterday before the court at the end while he was arrested by the National Investigation Agency. A one-day police custody remand of this accused was given out to the NIA as he was produced before the duty MM, and the duty MMs are not in power to give more than 1 day of police custody remand. But today, while he was produced before special NIA judge of the Patiala House Court, also the district judge of the Patiala House Court, and the court has now awarded custody till August 16 of this particular accused person. He was brought to the court, produced before the judge, who, after hearing the NIA's application, as what our sources say, about seeking custody, of this particular accused person, has now remanded him to custody till August 16 because the NIA court proceedings are completely in camera in nature, seeing the national security risk involved. We could not gather as to what the NIA has said in its application and how much the NIA had sought, but then August 16 is the day he will be produced back before the court at the end of his police custody.
Very briefly, can you tell us a little bit about this case? What is this case? Is he associated with other people? Are there other accused in the case? Do we have a broad idea about what this case really is in which he's been arrested?
Well, this is particularly a new case wherein the NIA conducted raid in the Batla House area of the national capital. The NIA sources say that he is linked with the ISIS and he was getting funding from Syria itself. So this is the information that has been shared by the National Investigation Agency so far. More details would be coming out as soon as his interrogations are complete, and it would be very, very crucial to see as to what he tells in his interrogation and whether or not he had some role to play in providing for a terror module in the country, or whether he was actually involved with some bigger terror motive or not. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what happens in the interrogation. But then for now, August 16 is the day he will be produced before the court.
Thank you, Ananya, for getting us all the details for this important story. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. We'll continue tracking all the developments. Let's now move on and talk about this another important story. Days after the alleged BJP leader Srikant Tyagi was booked for hurling abuses and assaulting a woman in Noida's Grand Omic Society, after she objected to his encroachment of the common area, Yogi government has taken action. Police officials reached the society along with bulldozers early today and raised Tyagi's illegal constructions. Police sources tell CNN News 18 that Srikant Tyagi, who was last dragged in Rishikesh yesterday evening, is likely to surrender today. Sources further suggest that Tyagi owns 15 shops in Bangel area of Noida and that the illegal part of those shops will be bulldozed too. Noida police has also declared a 25,000 bounty on Srikant Tyagi. My colleague Yash Goyal is joining us live from the society where that entire incident unfolded and the eventual demolition as well. Yash, tell us about the voices that you're picking up from the ground and what really transpired today.
So, Anusha, when we spoke to the people of this particular society, they were quite happy with the action taken against Srikant Tyagi's illegal construction here at Omex Grand in Sector 93 in Noida. What they've been saying that they were demanding this action for the last 3 years, and now the police has taken cognizance of the matter, and the authorities have taken cognizance of the matter and demolished this particular pavement, this particular roof which was built over here. You can see the debris over here. This was done early in the morning around 9 p.m. when the officials entered the Omex Grand Society, and they then first they actually did a recce of the entire area, and then they tried to understand what all areas are built illegally. Then after that they started with the smaller equipments, and then the bulldozer was rolled in at this particular place, and you can see the marks which have left over here. This entire pavement was demolished as it was built illegally by Srikant Tyagi. Not only this, there is one more roof which was built illegally just behind this very area, which was also demolished by the authorities. When the demolition was going on, there was the locals and the residents were gathered over here, and they were actually very happy, and they were praising the Yogi Adityanath government and the local authorities for taking action against Srikant Tyagi, because as per them, this action was due for quite a long time, and Srikant Tyagi has been hurling
Yash, I'm just going to interrupt you there for a second. There's some breaking news which is coming in. Srikant Tyagi is likely to file an anticipatory bail at the Allahabad High Court. Now, anticipatory bail is a tool available to any person who fears arrest. If he is likely to surrender, he might move an anticipatory bail application and tell the court that he is ready to cooperate with the process of law and he should be protected from arrest. Will that really happen is a matter which the High Court is going to decide. My colleague Shankar Anand is joining us on the broadcast. Shankar, हमें ये बताइए कि क्या सरेंडर की कोई जानकारी है हमारे पास, और ये जो एंटीसिपेटरी बेल एप्लीकेशन की बात हो रही है, क्या-क्या ऐसी बातें हैं, क्या ग्राउंड्स हैं जिन पर ये बेल एप्लीकेशन मूव करी जाएगी?
देखिए, इस वक्त में जो सूरजपुर कोर्ट है, यहाँ पर वकील सुरेश भाटी नाम के एक वकील ने अभी एक एप्लीकेशन मूव किया है, जिसमें कि वो बताया गया है कि जो वकील हैं श्रीकांत त्यागी, वो यहाँ पर सरेंडर करना चाहते हैं। लिहाजा इस मामले की गंभीरता को देखते हुए इस मामले में आगे की सुनवाई हो। तो यहाँ पर कोर्ट नंबर 2 जो सूरजपुर कोर्ट के अंतर्गत यहाँ पर श्रीकांत के यहाँ पर सरेंडर करने की जो संभावना बन रही है, तो इसी बात को लेकर यहाँ पर सुरक्षा व्यवस्था काफी बढ़ा दिया गया है। और जिस तरह से श्रीकांत त्यागी के सरेंडर करने के मामले को लेकर उसके वकील के द्वारा एक एप्लीकेशन मूव किया गया है और यहाँ पर बताया गया है कि वो अब यहाँ पे सरेंडर करना चाहते हैं, तो कोर्ट परिसर के अंदर और कोर्ट परिसर के बाहर भी सुरक्षा व्यवस्था काफी बढ़ाई गई है। और जिस तरह से उनके एडवोकेट की अगर बात करें तो तकरीबन 30 से 35 मिनट पहले वो आए थे और आने के बाद यहाँ पर कोर्ट नंबर 2 जो सूरजपुर इलाके में जो कोर्ट है, कोर्ट नंबर 2 के अंतर्गत में वो एप्लीकेशन को दायर किया गया है। और उसके बाद सुरेंद्र भाटी नाम के उनके एडवोकेट हैं, वो इस मामले में एप्लीकेशन उन्होंने फाइल किया है। तो एक तरह से कह सकते हैं कि अब सरेंडर करने की जो बात निकल के सामने आई है, इस बात को लेकर यहाँ पर काफी जो एक कहा जा सकता है कि यहाँ का टेम्परेचर जो है वो काफी गर्मा गया है। लिहाजा इस मामले की गंभीरता को देखते हुए कोर्ट नंबर 2 के आसपास जो सामान्य लोग जो भी वहाँ पे खड़े थे, उन लोगों को वहाँ से हटाया गया है और वहाँ पे सुरक्षा व्यवस्था काफी बढ़ा दी गई है। जी
शंकर, हमारे साथ बने रहिए। माय कॉलीग निखिल इज आल्सो जॉइनिंग अस ऑन द ब्रॉडकास्ट। निखिल, व्हाट आर द डिटेल्स यू हैव? व्हाट टाइम कुड ही सरेंडर?
So Anusha, as per the details given by Shankar Anand, one is the bail application which has been moved in the Surajpur Session Court in Greater Noida, but also apart from the same, the family members of Srikant Tyagi, they are also in touch with the lawyers of the Allahabad High Court in Prayagraj district. So they have consulted some of the senior lawyers of Supreme Court, and after their advice now they are seeking as to how they can move the bail application, anticipatory bail application in Allahabad High Court as well. So in fact they have got in touch with the senior lawyers of Allahabad High Court. They are working out as to how the plan is to take forward, and in fact the lawyers of the High Court of Allahabad, they have also sought some of the important documents from the relatives of Srikant Tyagi. So also this is in a bid to file the anticipatory bail, and if it gets if the accused number 1 Srikant Tyagi, if he gets the bail application done, then he will be saved from going to jail. So these are the details currently with us. But on the other side, the Delhi police, the Noida police, in fact they have formed 8 of the teams. They are currently raiding at different locations in nearby districts of Delhi NCR. They are currently in Hyderabad, Rishikesh, Haridwar, Tapovan, and not just these places, but there are other places as well where the raids are currently taking place. They are to arrest him at the earliest. The idea behind the same is that the Noida police official are making sure before he moves towards the court, they want them, the attempt is to surrender, or just before he surrenders, the attempt is to make him arrest before the Noida police. So these are the details correctly with us, and a bounty of 25,000 has also been announced as a reward if somebody helps in the arrest of Srikant Tyagi.
Well, as Nikhil and my colleague Shankar are reporting that he is likely to surrender in few hours from now. Shankar, I'm coming back to you. What more details do you have? और क्या जानकारी है आपके पास?
देखिए, ये उस कोर्ट का ये मुख्य द्वार है जहां पे जिसे गेट नंबर 4 के तौर पे भी जाना जाता है, और यहाँ पर जो सुरक्षा व्यवस्था इसलिए बढ़ाई गई है कि जब जैसे ही कोर्ट में सरेंडर करने का जो एप्लीकेशन मूव किया गया है श्रीकांत त्यागी के वकील के द्वारा, उसके बाद यहाँ की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था काफी बढ़ा दी गई। ठीक आपको बगल में दिखाना चाहेंगे आप, जो पीछे यहाँ से तकरीबन 200 मीटर के फासले पर यहाँ पर कोर्ट है, और कोर्ट पे ही बकायदा वहाँ पर बकायदा थोड़ी देर बाद यहाँ पर सरेंडर करने की संभावना बन रही है। लिहाजा इस बात की गंभीरता को देखते हुए यहाँ पर सुरक्षा व्यवस्था काफी बढ़ा दी गई है। और जिस तरह से अगर बात करें तो एडवोकेट हैं मिस्टर भाटी हैं, मिस्टर भाटी ने बकायदा यहाँ पर सरेंडर करने बकायदा एक एप्लीकेशन मूव कराया है, और वो उन्होंने साफ तौर पे बताया है कि इस मामले पर जो श्रीकांत त्यागी हैं वो यहाँ पर सरेंडर करना चाहते हैं, लिहाजा उनका एप्लीकेशन यहाँ पर स्वीकार किया जाए। तो यहाँ पर उस कोर्ट परिसर के अंदर काफी सुरक्षा व्यवस्था बढ़ा दी गई है, और जिस तरह से श्रीकांत त्यागी की अगर बात करें तो उसको तलाशने का काम भी बकायदा किया जा रहा है, अलग अलग जगहों पर तलाशा जा रहा है। लेकिन कोर्ट परिसर के अंदर में देखिए ये जो गेट है, ये गेट है एडवोकेट्स के एंट्री का पॉइंट है। तो यहाँ पर तमाम गेट पे भी बकायदा नजर बनाया गया है कि यहाँ पर या पैदल हो या गाड़ी के अंदर वो आ ना सके, और उसको तलाशा जा रहा है। तो एक तरह से जिस तरह से सरेंडर कराने के लिए जो एक कोशिश की जा रही है जो उनके वकील के द्वारा, इसके लिए यहाँ पर सुरक्षा व्यवस्था बढ़ाई गई है। लेकिन जिस तरह से आरोप की अगर बात करें तो श्रीकांत त्यागी पर जो आरोप हैं वो काफी संगीन है और इस मामले को लेकर राजधानी दिल्ली, उत्तर प्रदेश, उत्तराखंड में भी उसको तलाशा जा रहा है कि आखिर वो कहाँ छुपा हुआ है। लेकिन यहाँ पर जिस तरह से सरेंडर करने की उसकी संभावना बन रही है, इस बात को लेकर जिस तरह से यहाँ पर एप्लीकेशन मूव कराया गया है कोर्ट के अंतर्गत, तो एक तरह से कह सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर पुलिस जो है वो काफी सतर्क हो गई है और कोर्ट परिसर के अंदर और कोर्ट परिसर के बाहर भी सुरक्षा व्यवस्था काफी बढ़ा दी गई है।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया शंकर, पूरी जानकारी हम तक लाने के लिए। ही इज रिपोर्टिंग फ्रॉम द कोर्ट वेयर वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग Srikant Tyagi to surrender from some time from now, and he's also moved an anticipatory bail application before the Allahabad High Court. Let's see what are the legal aid developments that we get on that front from my colleague Shankar Anand. Joining us on the broadcast is Mr. Tushar Gupta. He's the senior editor of the Swaraj magazine. Mr. Kapil Madan, who's a lawyer and political activist, also joining us. Mr. Madan, there were multiple complaints that were pending against Srikant Tyagi for a very long time, and finally when this video emerged in the public domain, this action has been taken by the Noida police authorities. As far as the bulldozers on his house are concerned, do you think that was the right process adopted by law?
Very clear. You just imagine for a second what would have been the plight of those individuals who were staying in the society, who were basically bearing with such kind of an individual for such a long time. And in fact, I was hearing your show from the past 30 minutes. In fact, your reporter has confirmed that those individuals were trying to seek action from the municipal department of Noida since the past 3 years and nothing happened. And what we saw on the video was a ruthless show of arrogance, it was a arrogance and high-headedness of the next level. The way he was behaving with that lady who fought and who stood against whatever he was trying to do, she stood firm. So I think it's a step in the right direction, because given the fact that there were municipal complaints pending since the past 3 years, so I would say that this action is little belated.
You would say this action is a little belated. Joining us on the broadcast is also Tushar Gupta. Let me take in his view on this matter. Tushar, what do you think? This action is belated or perhaps at the right time?
Anusha, illegal encroachments need to be dealt with. There is no second thought about that. If there is an illegal encroachment, be it in a housing society, and you have plenty of those cases in Noida societies. I am a resident of Noida, so I can tell you, there are plenty of cases where people encroach upon the land that is meant for the residents of the society collectively. But in this case, clearly there was some illegal encroachment, and there is all right for the government, the local municipality, or whoever, the relevant authorities, to take it down. So I don't see it as an exaggeration. But my problem is we should welcome the demolition of every illegal encroachment then. In some illegal encroachments, we tend to find religion. We do not look for the law of the land. So that is my only complaint, that wherever there is an illegal encroachment, it doesn't matter who
Tushar,
the person is.
Can I give you an alternate perspective to that? And I actually appreciate you brought that point up, that, you know, this is some kind of public justice, because there was a video floating on social media. The government swings into action, they take action, the person has to be arrested, there's a bounty on his head. All of that is well and good. But if a bulldozer is on somebody's house and you question the due process of law, it happens in different cases. If it happens in different cases, there is also a stay order that comes from the Supreme Court. Even in this case, then, the demolition is either not right or right. And if it's right here, it's right everywhere, Tushar.
Absolutely, Anusha. That's my point. My simple, stance is the law of the land must prevail. I don't care the person's religion. I don't care for the person's community. I don't care for the person's region or location. I don't care for the party he comes from. It could be a minority party. It could be the ruling party. It could be an opposition. If there is an illegal encroachment, and Anusha, another thing, a lot of times in these societies, the illegal encroachment, goes on pending because the society members, the resident welfare associations want to discuss, and it takes a while before it goes to the relevant authorities. That is what may have prompted the delay. But every time there is an illegal encroachment, we must not question the demolition. Let's not make it look about optics. So there is a demolition on someone's house. They're not there to demolish his house. They are there to demolish the illegal encroaching of society land. There is a huge difference. And my only request is that whenever such demolition drives happen, let's not find religion into them. them. Let's not find political anger linked to them. Let's not knock the doors of the Supreme Court and expect mercy out of it. That's my only point.
Well, you know, for one to reach any conclusion whether a demolition is authorized or unauthorized, you'd have to actually see why the municipal authority has acted, what grounds they have acted upon, and what area they have really conducted the demolition drive upon. And only then you can comment about the legality. Blanket statements on legality, as Tushar was arguing, is clearly one of the problems that we have seen in the public narrative. We'll talk about this story and much more here on CNN News 18 on the other side of a very quick break. Stay tuned.
Papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, Mera ghar nahi hai, but with a Bengali accent, so they're not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that this name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita.
She?
She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha, she looks like me. Unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay, my wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this is just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India. Or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He is the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamata Banerjee, and at this very moment he looks very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
1 sec, so you are agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly. But that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is, of course, shameful. But that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Binami properties. Small crime.
Ekta aparad. But that is also small crime. Chota aparad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal aparad, Atyant Bishal aparad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, washi, clean.
So, Mamata Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Partha Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, "Mera ghar nahi hai," but with a Bengali accent, so they're not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that his name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita. She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha. She looks like me. Unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay. My wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this is just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India.
Welcome back. And speculations arrive that the end of BJP-JDU alliance in Bihar is very, very near. Top JDU sources tell CNN News 18 that Nitish Kumar is ready to part ways. According to sources, JDU chief and Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar dialed Congress Interim President Sonia Gandhi yesterday. This is the same day that Niti Aayog meeting took place here in the national capital, which was skipped by the Chief Minister. And now he has reportedly asked time to meet Sonia Gandhi. In this backdrop, JDU has called a key meeting of all its MLAs, MLCs and MPs in Patna at 11 a.m. tomorrow. And the Bihar Congress has also asked all of its MLAs and MLCs to remain present in Patna. All eyes on what's going to take place in the next 24 to 48 hours in the state of Bihar. Some breaking news coming in. And JDU President Lallan Singh has gone to the Chief Minister's residence. There is a meeting which is underway. My colleague Saurabh is joining us live from Patna, getting us more details on that crucial meeting. Saurabh, tell us what's brewing.
Yes, CM Nitish, after finishing his Janta Darbar today, he went to his residence, and soon after, JDU's President Lallan Singh, he was seen going to CM Nitish's residence, and it's speculated that the kind of developments what is coming into light that will be discussed. Although CM Nitish did not call the media today in his Janta Darbar, which is unusual because every time he calls at least few journalists in his Janta Darbar, but today no one was called inside. So this was one of the speculation that in fact the JDU has the JDU's President Lallan Singh has said that the meeting that is scheduled for tomorrow of MPs, MLAs and MLCs, that will be for RCP Singh's, after his resignation. The meeting will be taking place to discuss the aftermath of his resignation and what action should be taken against him, because he has also given a serious allegation. Remember, RCP Singh had given the resignation in front of the media after he was given a show cause notice by Upendra Kushwaha, who is the parliamentary board chairman, asking for an explanation for the assets that he had accumulated from 2013 to 2022. So after that, he was uncomfortable and Upendra Kushwaha gave his resignation, tendered his resignation day before yesterday in front of media. So an important leader has left the party, and to discuss the ramification of all, because he's a very senior leader of JDU, and he has been there from 1998. So outgoing of a senior leader, that means
उत्तर प्रदेश शासन और डीजीपी यूपी की तरफ से ये स्पष्ट किया जा चुका है कि इस तरह की घटनाएं कतई बर्दाश्त नहीं की जाएंगी।
Well, that was the statement coming in from the ADG Law and Order, and he's given out a very clear statement. We're talking about the case pertaining to Srikant Tyagi, the BJP leader, and we're also hoping that he's likely to surrender at a Noida court very soon. He's also moved an anticipatory bail application. Remember, a video surfaced in social media where he was seen threatening a woman at a society in Noida. He had allegedly encroached certain areas of the society, which were the common areas. He was also threatening with his political power, and this was seen as open aggression out on display from a political leader related to a political party. Now, the Noida police has swung into action. Here, there are multiple teams which are out to nab him. The bulldozers reached that society today, where the illegal constructions and all the areas where he had acquired the common areas, they were razed down. We're also expecting something to happen at the Noida court, where my colleague Shankar Anand was reporting from, that he will go to the court and he's likely to surrender. He's also moved an anticipatory bail application before the Allahabad High Court. There are various statements that have come out in the public domain, but the most important ones, the society, the people in society were very, very happy that finally an action has been taken on a Neta who has been drunk on power. Since 2019, there were multiple complaints that the residents of the society had put out against Srikant Tyagi. Unfortunately, there was no action against him. My colleague Siddhant is joining us on the broadcast. Siddhant, tell us more about what you're picking up. What can we expect in the next few hours? Is he likely to surrender?
Well, the top cop of Uttar Pradesh Police has addressed this press conference. This statement is coming from the top cop. And in fact, ACS Home Avnish Awasthi is also taking major decision related to the case. Now, we've been told that 25,000 bounty has been announced on Srikant Tyagi. And in fact, the SHO who was deployed yesterday outside the building of Srikant Tyagi, he has been suspended. Action has been taken against the other senior officials of Noida Police because of their carelessness. It has been found that 8 of these goons did manage to enter the Omax Grand building. So that particular decision has been taken. Also, the 15 of the alleged shops belonging to Mr. Srikant Tyagi, the orders have come for their demolition, as well as they are also illegally constructed. And the ADG Law and Order Prashant Kumar has also assured that in some time from now and very shortly, Srikant Tyagi will be arrested.
Thank you. Thank you so much for getting us all the details, Siddhant. He would be arrested in some time from now, very shortly. That was the ADG Law and Order from the state of Uttar Pradesh. We'll continue tracking the story and much more on the other side of a quick break. Stay tuned.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita.
She?
She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha. She looks like me. Unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay. My wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this is just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India. Or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He is the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamata Banerjee, and at this very moment he looks very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
1 sec, so you are agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly. But that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is of course shameful. But that is small.
All right, the big news coming in. PV Sindhu wins gold in women's singles badminton event at the Commonwealth Games 2022. That's the big news coming in. And in much cheer for the country, PV Sindhu has once again got an honor for the country, and it's a gold this time. PV Sindhu has won a gold medal in women's single badminton event at the Commonwealth Games 2022. It has been a wonderful run for Indians at the Commonwealth Games. We have got multiple medals. There are new sports and the categories in which we are making strides. And we had seen earlier that there were boxers who had gotten us medals. Shivani Gupta is joining us on the broadcast. Shivani, what a wonderful news.
Yes, this has been a gold which has been a long time coming for PV Sindhu. She has won a bronze and a silver earlier at the Commonwealth Games. And nothing less than a gold would have fit the occasion. She's of course world #1 and she was facing a much lesser ranked player. So I think the result in this match was never really in doubt. But you know, interestingly, Anusha, PV Sindhu, she's been a world champion, but she's often had to settle for a silver in big championships and especially multi-nation events. She's won 2 Olympic medals, a silver and a bronze now. And the gold has been elusive for her, despite the fact that she's been such a dominating player on the badminton calendar and has even been a world champion and world #1. So this gold is going to be a respite from that, because often, when I've been speaking to her over the years, the question that arises for PV Sindhu is that she often, falls at the last hurdle. She settles for silver. This time around, I'm sure she was gunning for gold, and I think nothing less than a gold would have worked for her. And she is a deserving champion in that. It was a very clinical performance in the final today as well. And this, as I said, finally a gold for her. And I think this will make her very happy because she's had to settle for silver or bronze on a few occasions earlier.
It makes us all very happy. Shivani, who was on the other side? How was the contest really like? Because you were pointing out that the opponent was not really, one of the top players. It was expected.
Michelle Lee that she faced from Canada in the gold medal match, and I think Sindhu started on the front foot and the stronger player from the very beginning. She opened up a 5-4 lead in the first game and closed it out, pretty well. And I think that even in the second game at one stage, it looked like she will race ahead. Michelle Lee did give a bit of a fight back in the second game and of course fought for everything. This is of course a gold medal match that everybody puts in their all in. But I think Sindhu was always a couple of steps ahead. It was a good all-round court battle. very good rallies, and overall I don't think there was any challenge for Sindhu in this match.
Shivani, you pointed out that at many times, despite being deserving, she has had to settle for a silver. Now, when we have the gold, what are the instances where she was just very close to that gold medal but couldn't really get it?
You know, obviously she has competed for the gold at the Olympics. She has competed for the gold at the Commonwealth Games also. And she's had to settle for silver on both of those occasions. Yeah. So she has a bronze and a silver at the Commonwealth Games. She has a bronze and a silver at the Olympic Games. And I think that gold is something that she really, really wanted. And I think in this competition, there wasn't much of a doubt that she will finally cross that hurdle. I mean, of course, she's a double-time Olympic medalist. Yeah. So the Commonwealth, we have to keep that in perspective. The Commonwealth Games is not the greatest stage that she has competed on. But still, getting a gold is extremely important. Not to forget, you want to add to that gold tally for the country. And I think now she'll be very, very happy that she's managed to do that as far as the multi-nation event is concerned.
Shivani, please stay with us on the broadcast and please be a part of the discussion as well. Parupalli Kashyap, who's a badminton player, is joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much for speaking to us. A gold that PV Sindhu is getting for us. Sir, can you hear me? Parupalli Kashyap. I can hear you. So, PV Sindhu has won a gold at the Commonwealth Games. A very good news for the country and for her. Your thoughts on it?
Yeah, congratulations to her. I thought she was the outright favorite.
Am I audible to you? Can you hear me? All right, we'll try and connect that line and go back to Parupalli Kashyap and get more details, get more reactions, and I'm sure all Indians would be very, very happy today. As Shivani pointed out that this was much anticipated. There was not much competition that befits her level, and gold is something that she would want to add to her tally as well. Shivani, coming back to you, at the Commonwealth Games, it has been a wonderful run for our country. Take us through all the medals that we have in our kitty and one more gold.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the 19th gold for India. India has already bagged 55 medals, which is, now this will be the 56th. So that's 10 shy of what was our tally last time around. If I remember correctly, we had 26 golds last time around. So while we have the possibility of adding 4 more goals today, we will not touch that tally, but that is understandable because one of our most prolific sports, shooting, is not part of these games. Okay. So we were never going to come close to our tally from last time around, but I think given that shooting is not part of this, the performance this time around has still been extremely good. As you were mentioning, Anusha, very rightly, there are more disciplines in which we are doing much better. We are obviously opening our account in many more athletic events that have often eluded us. So we've got 56 medals now, 19 goals as per my last count. We'll of course check that. And of course, we have an opportunity to win as many as 4 more goals today. Okay. There's of course Lakshya Sen, whose match is going to begin now in badminton men's singles. And there is a hockey gold match and a couple of more as well. So overall, I think if India manages to do well in those last 4, we will be very satisfied with our tally in these games. All right, Shivani, stay with us on the broadcast. Here is a shout out to all our viewers. It's a wonderful, happy news. If you want to share your thoughts and sentiments with us, that's the number on your screen, 020-434-1895. Is PV Sindhu India's greatest ever athlete? If you ask me, she is. She indeed is one of the contenders. Shivani, I'm going to take that question to you first. Tracing the journey of PV Sindhu from the day she started to the multiple tournaments and gold that she has won. As you pointed out, at Olympics also she's got us medals. What her journey has been like and what it would be in the future. It's a great world-class athlete who has achieved laurels for the country. You know, that's a tough question to answer if she's India's greatest athlete. I think she's someone that absolutely everyone in the country adores and loves. It's not just the fact that she delivers on the greatest stage, it's also her conduct, which is often extremely important for an athlete. You know, despite her successes over the last 6-7 years that she's been in limelight in badminton and in India, I've not seen her behavior and her soft-spoken nature change. So I think that always goes a long way, and that is why people love her. Yeah. So you were talking to me about her medal list. I do have her medal list with me. And as I mentioned, as far as big multi-nation events are concerned, although she's been a world champion, and that's a big title in world badminton, that gold has eluded her. She has a silver and a bronze at Olympics. And being a double-time Olympic medalist, she's only won with Sushil Kumar in India, that in itself puts her at a level that is above most others.
Yeah.
She's won in silver and in women's singles at the Asian Games. So that's one more competition that's coming up where she'll like to, better that color of the medal. As I mentioned earlier, she has a women's singles silver and bronze from the Commonwealth Games earlier. And of course, there are Asian Championships and World Championships. So she's won multiple laurels. I think this gold is also helping helping her to maintain that category of possibly, I think she is possibly the most decorated Indian athlete, male or female. But whether she's the greatest modern athlete or not, let's not forget, Neeraj Chopra has won a gold at the Olympics. You can't escape that.
You can't escape that. It's a tough question to answer. But today, Shivani is celebrating her victories and how she has performed for the country on multiple occasions. You very rightly mentioned that despite all these laurels that have come in for PV Sindhu, her smile, her humility, her gestures, the way she interacts with the press, the way she conducts herself in the public domain has been all the same. Very rooted, very grounded.
Absolutely. I think that is always one of the things that we as sports journalists or people who interact with athletes a lot look for. Also, your work ethic cannot go down. And I think Sindhu is a great example of how harder you need to work, the better you become and the more you achieve. As I mentioned, she's had that gold medal block a few times. So but if you look at Sindhu's career, she's always gotten better. She's had hurdles, she's had difficulties, but she's never given up. And that work ethic, for example, even somebody like Gopi Chand, who's worked very closely with her, talks about, her work ethic is absolutely stupendous. And you cannot achieve this kind of running success without that kind of a work ethic.
Well, Shivani, I'll request you to stay on with us. Ridhima this side. Good afternoon, viewers. We continue to be tracking all these developments coming in from the Commonwealth Games, where there has been glory for India once again with PV Sindhu bagging that gold medal. Shivani, as you were discussing with Anusha also earlier, that there was always this missing the gold just by a small margin. What does this day mean, not just for PV Sindhu, but for the fraternity at large?
Well, I think it's a big achievement for her to better her bronze and silver earlier in Commonwealth Games. Like I keep saying, we have to keep it in perspective. She's delivered on the greater stage, which is the Olympics, the World Championships in badminton. But I think for Sindhu herself, wanting to deliver a gold for the country would mean a lot. As I was mentioning, she's often missed that gold and has had to settle for either silvers or bronzes in some of these big multi-nation events. So getting that gold finally, wearing that gold is going to be very important to her. She's won gold in team events, but in women's singles, she's missed gold. So I think now she can say she's won the gold medal for the country. And to add to that gold medal tally is very important. Where you stand as far as the Commonwealth tally is concerned or any multi-nation tally is concerned depends on the number of goals you win. So gold is gold, and I think for an athlete there is nothing better than winning a gold for the country. And I think she'll be very delighted, not so much to prove to herself that she can begin to bag those golds, but also of course to add to the country's tally.
Before we get talking more about Sindhu and what this means as far as the days to come is concerned, Shivani, if you could first just give us a quick tally of where India currently stands as far as CWG is concerned.
Yes, I was mentioning earlier, India has won 55 medals. This is the 56th by my count, and this is the 19th gold. Last time around, we had won 66 medals. 26 of them were golds, but that was with, of course, the addition of shooting and one more discipline. This time around, there is no shooting. So for India to manage 19 golds and, being able to get possibly 4 more would be a stupendous achievement as far as these games are concerned.
Shivani, I'll just request you to stay on with us, and you could also come in at a later stage. We in fact have PV Sindhu's father now joining us on the broadcast. Sir, thank you so much for taking our time and joining us here on CNN News 18. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Thank you. So it's a great feeling, ma'am, because, Sindhu, she had bronze, silver, and now gold. And especially, we were only worried about the ankle bit, but she has made it, and the flag will be now high and our national anthem will be sung. So it's a great moment for all of us.
Sir, this is Shivani Gupta this side. I was mentioning exactly this, how I've spoken to Sindhu and to you also earlier about how Sindhu has missed the gold a few times in these multi-nation events. So can you describe to me what does this gold mean for Sindhu and for you, the family?
So, of course, it's a great moment, ma'am, because, you know, gold is always gold, and where she has won the world championship and where we have, you know, tasted it. But, you know, we were only missing in just last couple of years, like Gold Coast and Glasgow. And now, you know, coming up with the gold is a great achievement for her, and this will definitely motivate her for the further tournaments too.
Is this something that Sindhu really wanted? Is this something she used to talk about, how a gold is missing from her cabinet, minus, of course, that world championship?
Of course, because, you know, having 2 medals, and, you know, last year also, if you remember, she lost to Saina, that's our own country player.
Yes.
That was at, I think it was 21-18 and 22-20. It's a close match. And, you know, just missed that gold. So now, you know, being a flag bearer of the country, and at the same time, you know, I am so glad that, you know, she has proved that, you know, that she has given her best to get this gold, and she has proved that she is worth to be the flag bearer of the country. And with motivation, I hope our Indian athletes have really done well. And I sincerely thank all our athletes who have really worked hard and bought medals. And those who have not bought the medals also have given excellent performance. I wish them all the very best in the future in US, and hope they will definitely do well in the coming Asian Games and the Olympics to just match these medals in those championships too.
Let me quickly ask you one more question before I toss back to my colleague Riddhima. Now I can ask you, because the final is done and she's won the gold. But, you know, looking at the competition in this event, were you always confident that Sindhu will come back with a gold this time around?
Yeah. I was confident because, you know, there was no that good player. Because Sindhu, head-to-head, if you look at all these players, Sindhu was better. So that's the reason why I was very much confident. But at the same time, you know, only worried about her ankle because couple of days, because we had changed one insole for her, which was made in Singapore during the Singapore Open.
Okay.
Because every year we make. But unfortunately, what has happened is she has not taken the old one, only the new one she has taken. With that, she had a bit of stress in her ankle. But I think that will set right, and for the future matches, she'll get used to it, and hope she'll continue her run.
Okay, so that was PV Ramanna, Sindhu's father there, speaking to us, saying how this is so crucial as far as PV Sindhu, the athlete herself, is concerned, and how she had missed gold in the previous occasions. We are already now seeing congratulatory messages on social media as well. This is, of course, being led by the Home Minister himself, who's just put out a tweet saying, "You're India's pride. Congratulations on clinching the gold medal in the women's single badminton final at CWG and making India proud." Shivani continues to be with us. Shivani, a proud moment for the family, proud moment for the entire country. But what I want to essentially understand from you is, are you now seeing a shift where we are seeing other fields also gain a lot of medals? Like weightlifting is something where India has done well. As you were pointing out, shooting usually does well, but that's a contingent that we're not seeing perform this time around. But are we now seeing it move to other arenas as well?
Yes, absolutely. I think just the overall confidence in sports where we have bagged medals in the past, but they may have been singular medals, maybe 2 athletes in the same event. Now we're seeing multiple medals coming. Like, you know, weightlifting has won 10 odd. You've got wrestlers winning multiple. Wrestlers have always also traditionally done well. You've got, of course, our badminton stars fetching a lot more medals than what used to be. So it's not just the singles events and the women's singles, which we have traditionally done well in with Saina Nehwal and PV Sindhu, but also in the men's singles, the mixed events, etc. You've got, you know, the barrier being broken in TT, table tennis as well, where we used to be thereabout and also runs, but we're getting medals now. We are also finishing on the podium in many more athletic events. We've got our first high jump event medal at these Olympics, at these Commonwealth Games for the first time in India's long participation at the CWG. So, you know, there are a lot more events, especially athletic events, track and field events, where we're beginning to do well. And if we were just thereabout and there was one odd performance, now there are multiple of those. So both the level, both the amount of disciplines in which we're doing well and the number of athletes who are doing well in those disciplines is improving, which is why, as I mentioned, despite no shooting being there, shooting has won the most medals for India at Commonwealth Games over the years. Despite shooting not being there, you know, India is very close to the mark that it had touched at Gold Coast, which in itself a testament of how well other disciplines are doing.
Shivani, I'll just request you to stay on with us. This is for our viewers. Our call-in lines are open. We have Matthew calling us from Bengaluru. Matthew, go ahead. What do you feel?
Congratulations to Sindhu and the entire team of colleagues who have been on the medals podium. It's been a wonderful sight to see the youngsters coming up, especially in different disciplines, and the belief in themselves. And the best thing that I could recollect was, the national anthem being played again and again and again each day. It has come to such an extent that for a moment I felt like all the people in the Birmingham stadium, they would have learned the national anthem, Indian national anthem. So that was the delight more than anything else. And we are expecting many more to come. And to your question about is she the greatest? I would say she's one of the greatest. There are many others, and there are also some who haven't got medals, but who have turned the tide for India, especially starting from Milkha Singh, P.T. Usha. Then, of course, you have Bindra and Neeraj with the golds, then Mary Kom. So she would definitely stand up there. And congratulations to her once again.
Okay, Matthew, we appreciate you calling us here on CNN News 18. So, Shivani, I want to go back to what we were discussing earlier and the point that you were pointing out that despite shooting not being there, the tally is something that India should really be proud of. So, I want to understand what really has changed. Is it the support of the government? Is it the training itself? Or is it the discipline of these players and athletes that we see?
Well, there is no doubt that the sports infrastructure and the capacity for the government-led infrastructure to support individual athletes has improved. So the SAI, the Sports Authority of India and the Sports Ministry have done a commendable job in that. It has taken some time, and over the last 10, 12 years, it's a process. It takes about 12, 15 years for you to build that structure, and results are already showing, whether it's Olympics or Commonwealth Games, etc. So the individual level attention that a top athlete can get via the top scheme, or just generally via the federations now has improved, the exposure has improved, the kind of effort that the federations and the SAI is putting in getting you the best trainers, for example, taking you to the best exposure events around the world. That is something that most Indian athletes used to rue about. That one, they don't have interventions of the kind that we see now, whether it's medical or otherwise financial, and they didn't have exposure to be able to compete with the best in the world. That's, for example, something that the hockey team has talked about for many, many years. So all of that has changed, and then because of greater exposure, greater support, results have been showing. The more the results come, the better the confidence level gets. So it's a virtuous cycle, and you have to kickstart that virtuous cycle, which hopefully India has done.
Shivani, I'll just request you to stay on with us. The visuals and the footage that we're also putting out on one end of our TV screens is in fact been tweeted by Minister Kiran Rijiju. It's that final moment where you can see that relief, that happy PV Sindhu after, there was a confirmation that she in fact has won the match point and she's got that gold medal for the country. But Shivani, going back, there's always this, and you'd be a better judge to talk to us about, there's always been a debate that should you really judge players and athletes for their performance at CWG, or should it be done as far as Olympics is concerned? Because sometimes it's believed that there is a far better share or stringent competition as far as the Olympics is concerned. So do you think that's a fair debate or a comparison, or every medal is just a medal good enough for the player?
No, absolutely. There is no comparison, frankly, between the Olympics and the Commonwealth Games. The Commonwealth Games have their own position and stature as far as the sporting calendar is concerned. There has, of course, been question mark whether that stature has degraded over the years. But for the Commonwealth countries, it still continues to be important. You've got competition like Australia. You've got competition, Australia being a world power as far as sporting events are concerned. You've got England. So you look at Commonwealth Games, you look at the Asian Games, you look at the Olympics. Obviously, Olympics is the greatest stage that any athlete or country aspires to. But there is value attached to both the Commonwealth Games and the Asian Games too. They're not comparable to the Olympics, but there is a way to judge yourself versus competition in both of these events, and then scale up to the Olympics. So I think by all stretches, India still wise and hopes to do well at the Commonwealth Games. But I think our aspirations have also changed. We are no longer limited to Commonwealth Games and the Asian Games. We are of course dreaming bigger with more Olympic medals.
Shivani, I'll request you to stay on with us. Some more callers also now calling us. We have Manohar calling us from Chennai, and we also have Ramesh calling us from Bengaluru. Manohar, let me come to you first. What do you feel, is PV Sindhu the greatest?
I'm very much delighted. Whenever we see, Sindhu playing, it will be what you call this double delight for us. And particularly, and you have given the greatest modern athlete. That title is simply very, very apt title for us. And besides, our Prime Minister Modi ji is very particular about the Nari Shakti. The thing is, I think more women are winning more gold for us is more pride for India. I think we are very, very happy that Sindhu is darling of all the homes in India, and particularly for Tamil Nadu also, because her mother is hailing from Tamil Nadu. We are very, very happy there.
Okay, Manohar, we appreciate you calling us here on CNN News 18. We have Ramesh calling us from Bengaluru. Ramesh, go ahead. What do you feel?
Congratulations to PV Sindhu for winning the Commonwealth Gold. And I would like to say that Kapil Dev started 83 Cricket World Cup. It was a turning point for cricket. Same way Prakash Padukone did it in England Open. And now Sindhu has won the Commonwealth Gold. She will win the Asian Cup, World Cup, again Olympics also. And she'll be bringing a lot of laurels to India. Hip hip hooray, great India.
Okay, we appreciate you calling us here on CNN News 18. It in fact is a great day as far as celebration of the sport for the country is concerned. Shivani, quickly, two things that I want to understand. First, you were saying that this is a personal victory for Sindhu because she'd missed it by a whisker in the previous occasions. Where are these previous occasions where we saw Sindhu missing the gold?
Well, she's obviously competed for the gold, if you would remember, at the 2016 Rio Olympics, where she had to settle for the silver. Last time she won a bronze, she was in contention for the bronze. She has won a silver in women's singles at the Asian Games in 2018. Before that, she had to settle for a silver at the Commonwealth Games as well. And as her father was also talking about, that was a close match where she had to settle for a silver. And she has obviously won a bronze at the 2014 Commonwealth Games, the Glasgow Games in women's singles as well. So if you look at these events, the multi-nation events, she's often, has fell short of that gold mark. But let's not forget, of course, that the expectations from Sindhu are nothing less than a gold. And those expectations are also because she has been a world champion and she has been world #1. So, when you have that stature, obviously people are looking for gold. So, personally for her, I think this will be quite satisfying. Even though she's a double-time Olympic medalist, getting a gold at the Commonwealth Games will also be pretty important for her, I think.
So two things that I want to understand, Shivani, now. Going forward, who are our other medal hopefuls as far as India is concerned? And also at the CWG Games in specific, all players that we've seen bag a gold. Have you seen a pattern that has emerged this time around for India?
Well, I think sports like boxing and wrestling, we expected a lot of our, world champions, Asian champions and former Commonwealth champions to do well. So I think it hasn't been that surprising. It's just about delivering on that day. So both wrestlers and boxers have done well. I think boxers have been improving their performances with each event. As far as today is concerned, which is the final day of this edition, we've got 4 more opportunities. India has an opportunity to win as many as 5 golds today. One of them is in the kitty. You've got Lakshya Sen, who's also competing for a gold in the men's singles event. You've got the men's doubles pair of Chirag Shetty and Satvik Sairaj, who've also been playing their final later. You've got the men's hockey final against Australia, and you've got Achanta Sharad Kamal, who'll also be looking for ultimate glory. And he's been a journeyman as far as Indian table tennis is concerned.
Thank you. We are so happy. So right now you are looking at the medals here. So we have different medals, especially for the Commonwealth. We have bronze and silver. So now the gold will be coming into this.
So show us the bronze and the silver medals that you have.
It's somewhere in this which has been.
So the gold will now occupy a big position, right? Where will you put it? I want to.
So no, not only that one, but I have to place the Olympics bronze also. So and even the World Championship gold also we have not made it.
Each and every medal is important. So, not like that. Each and every medal from under 10 onwards.
It's very important.
Madam, I want to understand, last time when we met, it was during the Olympics. After that, Sindhu was preparing very hard. Just tell us about the preparations that she undertook for this particular Commonwealth Games.
Not only this Commonwealth, before this match there was a Singapore Open and she won that also. They have continuous matches, so preparation is going on well.
And also, sir, this time around, I want to understand, you are a keen observer of the match. I know now I can ask you this question, but were you confident right from the beginning that this match or this entire series is going to be something that Sindhu will back?
Yeah, in fact, I was really confident because, head-to-head wise with all these players, whether it is Gojinvi or Yojobin or Lee Michelli or Christy Gilmer, Sindhu has a good record. So I was confident, but I was only worried, day before she had some ankle pain. So that has really, physios have really taken care of it. And all these days, she did not tape her leg. Only today she has that taping in her leg. And she has really done a great job for the country and got the gold.
Any other observations that you had from this particular match, and what are your big takeaways from it?
The only thing is, Sindhu has only lifted the shuttle a bit high always because Lee Michelli was good in smashing. So that, I think, coach has given her the right time, right advice, where she has kept the shuttle down and she could win the second game comfortably. So after coming back again, I think most probably all coaches and myself and even Sindhu will just sit down and have a look at all these matches, and they can analyze for the future tournaments.
The last time it was ice cream for her very specifically, and the Prime Minister herself had treated her to it. This time, once she's back, anything special?
I think most probably she may be asking for the biryani because she's a foodie girl, and biryani she loves too much. And of course, I think her mom will prepare her everything.
Thank you, sir. Many congratulations once again.
Reactions coming of the proud parents, and we also have Minister Anurag Thakur now joining us on the broadcast. So we appreciate you taking out the time and joining us here on CNN News 18. How do you feel?
Let me first wish PV Sindhu, congratulate her. I mean, she has done it again. First bronze medal, then next Commonwealth silver medal. Now she has won the gold medal for India. Not this time, but if you look at in the past, she has won the medal in Rio Olympics and in the Tokyo Olympics. She is the only woman athlete who could win medal in consecutive Olympic Games. So I think time and again she has proved the kind of player she is, and she has always made India proud.
So, we were hearing from the proud parents also, how Sindhu had always felt that she'd missed the gold by a whisker. How crucial do you think this gold is, not just for Sindhu, but on what is to follow in the days and months to come as well?
It inspires millions and millions of Indians to take up a sport. Once a player like PV Sindhu does well at the international level, not once, but time and again. You have no idea, like when Neeraj Chopra won the gold medal, first time ever in 121 years for India. The thousands of athletes on the ground started throwing javelin. This is how players like PV Sindhu inspires and motivate young children, players to come and pick up a sport. And I'm sure people who are watching her play for last so many years, they'll pick up badminton, or some other player will pick up some other sport. If you look at Avinash Sable, what a performance. We have seen only Kenyans doing so well in the athletics, especially in the 3,000 meter steeplechase. This Avinash Sable, time and again, he has done extremely well. And this is the first time ever achievements. If you look at India, first ever gold medal in the triple jump, first ever medal in the high jump, first ever silver medal in the long jump, first ever medal in the 3,000 meter steeplechase, and first ever gold medal in the lawn bowls, and first ever singles medal in the squash at Commonwealth Games, and first ever gold medal in the para powerlifting. So this clearly showcased that many firsts this time also, where Indians have done extremely well, especially in the athletics. Weightlifting and wrestling has got us many medals, but it is athletics also where Indians has done extremely well than the previous years.
Sir, exactly, that's the question that I was getting to. All the players and athletes that we've been speaking to post their medal wins, and they've all spoken about a shift. It's because of the government support, the training facilities. What do you think has changed in the last few years for us to see a tally like this?
One is the increase in budget from 860 crore rupees to 2300 crore rupees. That is one. Second, Target Olympic Podium Scheme, where the elite athletes are picked, Mission Olympic Committee is formed, and we track their training. We look after their boarding, lodging, training expenses are taken care by the Government of India. Their participation at the national, international level tournaments, all expenses have been taken care by Government of India. Apart than that, out-of-pocket allowance to the tune of 6 lakh rupees per annum is given by the Government of India. So player has to only focus on playing. Rest everything is taken care by the Government of India. Apart than that, Prime Minister Modi speaks to the players before they depart for any such big tournament and also motivates them and applaud them when they come back and treat them well at his home or otherwise meet them. That clearly shows how PM Modi is involved in the promotion of the sports as well. And that is why when it is a top-to-bottom approach, it is helping to promote sports in India.
Sir,
the culture is changing, the environment is changing.
True. Sir, I want to understand another aspect from you. You know, there have been certain sports that have traditionally gotten medals for India, but today we are seeing that pattern change as well. Shooting, for example, is not part of the Indian contingent this time around. Despite that, we're seeing such a good medal tally. How do you feel when you see the medals move to other arenas as well?
In a way, it's good for India because if you look at last medal tally in the last Commonwealth game, out of 66, 16 came out of shooting. But if you look at the Olympics, we did not win even a single medal in shooting. This time Commonwealth game, shooting was not part of the Commonwealth game at Birmingham. But despite that, we have 55 medals so far, out of which 19 are gold medals. It clearly showcased that in the field of wrestling and weightlifting, India has done extremely well. But in the field of athletics also, as I said earlier, there are many firsts for India, which is a great beginning. And I'm sure it is going to motivate a lot of players to come forward in that area.
Sir, we appreciate you taking our time and joining us here. Thank you so much. That was the Sports Minister Anurag Thakur congratulating PV Sindhu and talking to us about the importance of this historic moment. My colleague Swastika also spoke to the proud parents. Let's listen in.
Very, very big day. Super Sindhu has done it again, sir. Many congratulations. Your first reaction?
Thank you. We are so happy. So right now you are looking at the medals here. So you know we have different medals, especially for the Commonwealth. We have bronze and silver. So now the gold will be coming into this.
So show us the bronze and the silver medals that you have.
It's somewhere in this which has been.
So the gold will now occupy a big position, right? Where will you put it? I want to.
So no, not only that one, but I have to place the Olympics bronze also. So and even the World Championship gold also we have not made it.
Each and every medal is important. So, not like that. Each and every medal from under 10 onwards. It's very important.
Madam, I want to understand, last time when we met, it was during the Olympics. After that, Sindhu was preparing very hard. Just tell us about the preparations that she undertook for this particular Commonwealth Games.
Not only this Commonwealth, before this match there was a Singapore Open and she won that also. They have continuous matches, so preparation is going on well.
And also, sir, this time around, I want to understand, you are a keen observer of the match. I know now I can ask you this question, but were you confident right from the beginning that this match or this entire series is going to be something that Sindhu will back?
Yeah, in fact, I was really confident because, head-to-head wise with all these players, whether it is Gojinvi or Yojomin or Lee Michelli or Christy Gilmer, Sindhu has a good record. So I was confident, but I was only worried, day before she had some ankle pain. So that has really, physios have really taken care of it. And all these days, she did not tape her leg. Only today she has that taping in her leg. And she has really done a great job for the country and got the gold.
Joining us on the phone line is Gopi sir, Pulela Gopi Chand ji. Gopi sir, Sindhu, another gold. Did you watch the match? What did you think about it, sir?
I think it's a very good performance from Sindhu. Michelle Liu is a good player. She comes out with a lot of experience as well. But I think physically, Sindhu is superior. And I think it showed in the way the match went. I think the amount of retrieval Sindhu did, I think, made it quite comfortable for her in the end.
Now, she's made podium, top of podium finishes a habit now. World Championship, now Commonwealth Games, 2 Olympic medals. What's so special about Sindhu? And you've watched her over the years. How is she different from some of the others, Gopi sir?
I think overall, if you look at her career, I think right from 2012 onwards, she's been pretty consistent with her performances. Yes, I think you might say that not all of her performances are consistent, but overall, every year she's had some brilliant performances. I think especially at the big events, she's always delivered for the country. I think that's what's important. So I think she comes out strong. She's quite a strong physical athlete who retrieves a lot and who's got a lot of power going behind her smashes as well. I think, and over time she's grown in experience. She's also prepared well, and I think it's making a huge difference for her.
Her current coach also, who's been traveling with her, training with her, giving up, on his own family time. He's also quite young, but he's also been able to take her game up a little a notch. The specific areas that they've been working on.
I think overall it's been a good combination. I think Park has done some fantastic work with her. I think overall she's had trouble with, yes, a few players at the highest level, whether it's say Taizu, Chen Yufi, few of them. But I think overall she's been pretty consistent in the way she's played. And I think Park has definitely been a great addition to the Indian coaching team.
Yes, she also seems to have grown a certain level of physicality, not just with movement, but also in strength. So is that something that she's been working on?
I think, yes, I think overall, I think thanks to the way the structure of badminton has evolved over time, whether it's the Badminton Association of India or the government and the Sports Authority and the funding, I think we have the luxury of having personal coaches, personal physios, and personal trainers for the top players, and I think that's definitely been something which has helped the team in general grow its players with that individual attention. So definitely, I think she's grown. It's credit to the entire team which has worked behind her to ensure that she's in great shape going especially into the big events.
One of the aspects which you've also shared in the past is that she has to become mentally stronger. She would mentally give up the fight, and that's what would result in the game not going her way. Do you believe that she's been able to work on that mental aspect, and she's only getting stronger with each tournament?
I think the very few players in the world who can match the ability to kind of play the rallies at the pace at which she plays, or the power which she is able to deliver in her strokes. I think it makes her a very physical athlete. The only players who've been able to kind of get a grasp of her game have been just a handful of them, maybe 2 or 3 of them. I think that's where her challenge is. But otherwise, overall, she's actually beaten most of the players in the world pretty consistently and convincingly, repeatedly over time. So yes, with these players, whether it's Taizu, whether it's say Chen Yufi, I think she's had some trouble, but I'm sure she's had some close matches in the past year, and it's only a matter of time that she'll start to beat them as well, and that's what I'm hopeful about.
Gopi sir, final word. From a time when a medal hopeful or a medal round would be a flash in the pan, to now Lakshya in the final, Kidambi with the bronze, and then we are in the doubles final, men's doubles final too. Sindhu with the gold. How does this feel?
I think it's amazing. I think 1994, I remember when I was playing, the government didn't send a team to Commonwealth Games saying that Indian badminton doesn't have a chance to qualify in the top 6 of the Commonwealth in whichever event. So I think from there to now, I think it's a long journey for Indian badminton. I think a lot of people have really put in a lot of work to get us where we are, and it's definitely moments of celebration for Indian badminton.
Absolutely, and it's coming at around a time nearly 3 decades later, Gopi sir, nearly 3 decades later. But like they say, dera hai durust hai. Thank you so much, Gopi sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, that was the former coach of PV Sindhu there speaking to my colleague Anand Narasimhan. And Anand, really, the big takeaway was how he was speaking about at a time when they didn't want to send India's contingent because they thought there was no chance to PV Sindhu actually winning the gold. That actually just defines the story of how far we've come.
Yes, and look at the pride in his tone, because see, Gopi sir is somebody from where he has tirelessly given 3 decades, nearly 2.5 decades in trying to hone talent. So be it Parupalli Kashyap or Saina Nehwal and so many others who have come through the stables, including Sindhu. Now we have Satvik and Satvik Sairaj, so many other, Ashwini Ponappa and Kidambi Srikant, HS Pranoy, so many players. Lakshya Sen now coming in from Bangalore and with Vimal Kumar and Prakash Padukone's efforts there. See, badminton has now become a sport where we expect a medal. Earlier, there were no expectations at all. So that transition has happened in 3 decades.
Correct.
And we now have coaches from the world who are coming here and individually working with PV Sindhu. So Park himself is very, very young. And there's a story there too of sacrifice from Park, where he's left his children who are very, very young, his family, and he's dedicated time with Sindhu, and Sindhu's working so hard from a sporting family herself. It's been a journey of 2.5 to 3 years where she's also not only become physically stronger and more able, but also mentally stronger. And this is because there is individual dedication. Meanwhile, Gopi sir is moved on and now busy churning out the champions of the future. So by the time we come to 2024 Paris Olympics and the next round of Commonwealth Games and Asian Games, we will have more badminton stars coming through. So that's what we have now become.
Absolutely. Anand, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Of course, we'll continue to track all these developments very, very closely. For now, slipping into a very short break.
One second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Binami properties. Small crime.
Ekta operad. But that is also small crime. Chota operad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal operad, Atyant Bishal operad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, 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 boshi, 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 clean.
So Mamata Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, "Mera ghar nahi hai," but with a Bengali accent, so they are not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is the alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that his name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita.
She?
She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha. She looks like me. Unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay. My wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this isn't... Just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India. Or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He is the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamata Banerjee. And at this very moment, he looks very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
1 sec, so you are agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly. But that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is, of course, shameful. But that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Benami properties. Small crime.
Ekta aparad. But that is also small crime. Chota aparad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Vishal aparad, Atyant Vishal aparad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, washi, clean.
So, Mamata Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, Mera ghar nahi hai, but with a Bengali accent, so they're not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that his name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold,